Hello, hello. Uh, Sorry for the late start. I heard something, like the sound was like something falling downstairs. So I had to run down and check, make sure everything was all right. But we got a new trailer today. We knew about it yesterday. If you looked at their Twitter, they had mentioned that we would be getting a trailer today for for the April update coming this Thursday. It's a short trailer. You can't see it because I'm blocking it, but it's only like about just shy of being 2 minutes long. But there's some cool stuff. We're gonna look through it the first time through, and then we're gonna and then we'll kind of like go back and look at some of the more like the bigger points really, and then we'll also talk about like information I found on the forums yesterday off stream relating to like glaivier and power pass and all that stuff. Let's get started with the trailer. I'm hoping the sound on this isn't too bad. I forgot to do a quick check before stream, but I think it should be all right. So let's just watch this trailer.
Your destruction is inevitable. It's time.
The chaos is too much.
Oh god. I see a lot of, I don't know why it's all bugging out. I did some pre-test. Oh, this is really getting on my nerves. I did some tests earlier to make sure, but I don't know why it's all kind of freaking out on stream. I don't know, I guess we'll just wrap it up. We'll finish it out. Hopefully it kind of plays nice. I'll just drop it down to like, I don't know, maybe 720. See if that works a little better.
There's no turning back now.
I am afraid it's over.
Proud knights, raise your swords of honor and annihilate the enemy!
Well, that didn't pan out as I was hoping. I don't know why it kind of like shit the bed. I know, watch it on stream. There's some like interesting things to note from this. First of all, the new skins that are coming that they showed, if I'm not mistaken, is this is the current Arc Pass stuff available in Korea, or at least the latest one they had. From what I understand, the mount they showed here in Korea is on the free track. So this you don't have to pay anything for this as long as it stays the same. I imagine there's probably some. I probably should have double checked to see if there's like an actual like post they put out. But if it matches Korea, this mount here is the free track. And then over here, this is the costume that it should be coming, the male and female variants. So, you know, for people that want their like fancy costumes, you have the top hat and all that stuff, and then the fancy female costume. And you can get this, if I'm not mistaken, if it stays the same, you should be able to get this the costume. You can either pay $50 for the super premium track to unlock it and then get some blue crystals with it and a wallpaper, which I think this background in the video might be the wallpaper. Or I think if you just want the costume by itself, you can just buy the costume off the shop, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's how it works in Korea. The pet, on the other hand, though, This is, I'm thinking, on the regular premium tracks. So the one, so you know, you have the free track, the premium track, and then like the super premium track is how they do it in Korea. We don't know if that's how they do it in our version. I don't know if they've released like any actual news on how our Arc Pass will work. Again, I'm assuming this is the Arc Pass, seeing how this is literally is what's on the Arc Pass for Korea at the moment. Is this costume, or at least not at the moment. I think it's the last one. It's the one that people show examples of when they talk about Arc Pass. The last couple days, it has this costume, and then you know, it has the Veritas Pest, and it has the cool tiger mount. The tiger mount's pretty cool. I'm pretty excited for that. The Veritas Pet is from the middle, from whatever, how, I don't know how much the price will be for whatever the price is for our like first premium track. If it stays the same, again, like we don't have all the details, so we can only make like assumptions based off of what we have from like previous regions. But in Korea, the way it works is the mount itself is for the free track, so you don't have to pay to get that. You just have to do the battle pass to get it. The pet comes from the first premium track, and as far as I'm aware, it's the only way to get the Veritas pet. Is like, I think they've only had it on the Arc Pass stuff. So I plan on at least buying the first track to get the Veritas pet, and then if you spend $50, you can get a costume, the wallpaper, and then I think you get more than $50 worth of blue crystals in there. So if you're kind of, you know, you want to spend money and you want to like get the wallpaper and all that stuff, you can spend $50. From what I understand, it's worth the price of $50 technically, like quote unquote technically, because you get the costume, you get a full costume, you get the wallpaper, which you can only get in the super premium track. Again, in the other regions, we'll find out whether or not that stays the same for our region. And then you get a bunch of blue crystals in the other regions for the super premium track. If you don't care too much about the wallpaper, as far as I know, a lot of people are saying really it's the wallpaper that kind of makes or breaks if you go the super premium track. Because if you don't care about the wallpaper, you know, the blue crystals is kind of whatever. You can just get that yourself by grinding it. Like, it's nice to have an extra source of it while getting the other stuff, but you still kind of, it's still better off to just do it yourself. And then the costume, again, in other regions, you don't, like, it's not exclusive to the Arc Pass. As far as if I'm mistaken, you can also get the costume from like the shop and whatever. So, you know, if you just want the costume, you can just save the couple of bucks and just buy it from the shop. The Veritas pet, if you want the Veritas pet, as far as I'm aware, if it doesn't change for our region, you can only get it from the Arc Pass. So you'll have to at least buy the first track for it. Again, I don't think it's that bad. I imagine the first track will probably be like $15-20 maybe, like your usual battle pass stuff. The Arc Pass in other regions gives a lot of like materials, like a lot of stuff to kind of like boost your characters. So if I imagine ours will probably be pretty generous too, at least for the first one, since it'll coincide with the glaivier launch. So you know, I imagine there'll be a lot of nice things in there to kind of help you get your glaivier to tier 3 in like the first week or so. And then the Veritas pet, you know, extra pet, I want it. I think it's fucking cool. It's probably one of my favorite pets available. So there's that. Another thing is they did a big teaser for the Destroyer. No official date, so nothing crazy here, right? It's just hey, Destroyer's coming, which we already knew, right? Like, we already knew Destroyer was coming. So no official date, but to me personally, it gets me pretty hyped for the Destroyer, like, because that's kind of like the class I'm looking forward to. So nothing really big that we didn't already know, but still nonetheless good to see. The trailer is definitely a lot better than the previous trailers they've had. Again, I apologize for the kind of like laggy shitty quality for like restreaming it. I'll have to like see if there's a better way of doing that in the future, but this was kind of like my first attempt at like doing it with the video, so I'll kind of like look more into that. But the trailer definitely is definitely like the best trailer they've put out so far for our region specifically, because like the pre-launch trailers left a lot to be desired for. We're also gonna talk a little bit about glaivier. I have the dev tracker here. I was digging through it yesterday, and so we're gonna look through some quick information. Let's see. Oh, this is interesting to know. After the battle pass skin, will we get Omen resale for May? So Omen skins, it looks like potentially we might be following the same cycle that limited skins, once they leave the shop, they just leave the shop. There's like, you know, they don't come back. but or at least they won't come back for a while. Let me see if I can find it. We had some confirmations on like, for instance, the power pass. For Rox had mentioned, someone asked about the power pass, and Rox stated that you can get the power pass by completing Phaeton on a character, like the Phaeton storyline. Let me see if we can find it again. And then they made a mention that okay, here we go. It's right here. They're asking for the 960 boost, but generally it's not a specific like boost for glaivier. Like, basically it's like the Vern power pass we got at launch, right? It's just a ticket you get and you can use it on whatever character. The Phaeton power pass will boost a new character of your choice to 960. You'll need to complete the Phaeton portion of the game's storyline to earn it. This is honestly relatively amusing because I think most people, at least on their first playthrough, go all the way through, but I'd seen some posts running around on Reddit like telling new players like, just don't worry about Phaeton, or some weird posts about it. Really, you shouldn't skip continents on your first run through. One, you miss out on a lot of materials and a lot of freebies off the bat. There's a lot of like stuff you can get at least the first time through that's worth doing. Two, you lock yourself out of experiencing the abyssal dungeons early on your first character, and you kind of actually honestly like handicap your first character because you're also locking yourself out of higher chaos dungeons. Because you have to complete the continent to do their chaos dungeons with the current system. So I hope like new players didn't pay attention to that advice. That advice is only really applicable to alts, and even then I would say probably not to your first alt, probably to like maybe your third or fourth alt. You could probably do that, but I still personally wouldn't advise it. You do get a decent amount of materials. At least like Rohendo's probably a safe one to skip for the most part, because of how fast you can go through 960, especially through tier 1, especially with the current events going on. But I think Yorn and Phaeton are both worth doing just from the materials you get, specifically for the Kaldar fusion materials you get, because you get fusion materials from the quest lines for completing them. So also, I'm not quite sure why they asked this. I'm pretty sure it's pretty self-explanatory. So basically, if you're looking forward to glaivier and you want it, and you're looking forward to the 960 boost, make sure you have at least completed Phaeton story so you can get it day one. Rox also made a mention on someone asked about glaivier, what state glaivier will launch in, and I don't know if I can find it. But basically, glaivier will launch pre-PTR changes because the PTR changes aren't finalized, was the official answer, which I think most of us expected. Some of us, me included, were kind of like, well, maybe we might be able to get it because we might I don't think I can find it. I'm not gonna waste too much time on this. We thought that maybe because the changes to glaivier weren't too crazy on the patch, maybe we could get glaivier like with the changes already, but it seems they kind of want to be extra sure that those changes are good. So glaivier will launch with, at least according to Rox, I'm trying to see if I can find it again. The glaivier will launch in the pre-PTR changes, which again it's pretty obvious, right? I think it's even further down. It's pretty obvious that would be the case. Well, I think it was really safe to assume that was going to be the case. Personally, I think it would have been nice to kind of like see it in the PTR changes, because I don't think the changes were too big. I think the Koreans crunched the numbers. And the changes to glaivier wasn't all that crazy. I think it was kind of it just made certain builds play a little nicer. So did they? I wonder if it went down, because I'm pretty sure it was between, at least yesterday when I was looking, it was like near the power pass questions, and can't find it anymore. Maybe they took it down, but maybe it's not launching. I don't know. I'm thinking again. I saw it yesterday. I probably should have just like saved the link, but at least for sure, we know for this one, we're going to get we have glaivier, we have the arc pass, which I'm assuming the whole costume is a confirmation that we're getting the arc pass. And then whatchamacallit, we're getting the 960 power pass, which you don't have to use on glaivier if you're someone who doesn't care for glaivier, and maybe you have like another character that you're like waiting for, or you have like a character that you have now that's like new that you don't want to that you kind of wanted to use. So you can use that 960 power pass on whatever you want. Oh, here we go. Will we get the new Koyar changes, character change with Lancemaster? And since the PTR is not finalized, Glaivier arrives on Thursday. It will be with the current live version. So there we go. I was able to find it again. So there we go. That's the other confirmation. So really, that's kind of like all there is to talk. There really wasn't much in the actual like trailer itself, right? Much new. We got to see like Thaymine, we got to see Biekas, Akan. It basically, you know, showing us that we're gonna go, you know, toe to toe with the Legion commanders, and stuff like that. It showed that we're probably getting the arc pass this Thursday, which that's a pretty long. From what I understand, it takes like a couple of weeks to finish, but it usually have like way more than enough time. Like at least if you're logging in and doing just like regular stuff, you can you should be able to complete the power pass no problems. I'll buy this just because why not. And all right, these are regular, those aren't stronghold people, so I don't care. And then I think I forgot to look, I think people were saying there's like a glaivier skin. 1 second. Because I don't like, to be honest, I didn't look too much into the into glaivier, right? So I don't know what all of the glaivier skins look like, and I think I think some people were saying that that the initial that skin that they showed for glaivier might be like exclusive? Question mark. Let's see, glaivier exclusive skin. Okay, so glaivier will launch with their launch skin. In case you don't know which one it is, it's this skin. This is basically their like their like founder skin, as it's called. I like the glaive on it, to be honest. I kind of want the weapon. The costume's not bad. I've seen it in game in the Korean version. It doesn't look too bad. I know there's people that don't like it. It was kind of funny. I was watching a stream the other day, or like a week or two ago, where they were showing off the skins, and they were like, "This is the," and apparently a lot of like people don't like this one. I like it. It kind of has like a Lu Bu from Dynasty Warriors feel to it, which I think is pretty cool. But yeah, so that's pretty much all we got. No date on Destroyer, which I'm not surprised. For instance, I'm not expecting a actual date on Destroyer until like the PTR is done, because Rox has stated on the forums that they want to launch the like classes with their like most up-to-date version. So basically, we can. I'm assuming that's them stating that as soon as the PTR is finalized, any new classes from there on will have those changes applied to them. So you know that'll be something we won't really have to worry about. I'm gonna put one more Kaldar fusion material to craft, so that'll be pretty nice. The South Vern's pretty good. You need to be, remember, you need to be 1340 if you want to access it. I think most people will have at least like their main should be able to access it, but like my alts won't be able to access it soon. I mean, I could probably push the Berserker to 1340 now and probably get the Deadeye to 1325 or something, but again, the order of priority is trying to get that the Glaivier to 1340 like sooner rather than later, so she can like start doing stuff, get her through South Vern. I actually don't know if I'll get it if I'll do the Glaiver through South Vern too soon, because from what I've heard, South Vern gives a shit ton of experience. Like apparently if you're like level 54 when you go in there on a character, they'll probably come out of it level 55 when they're done. And then if you go in there at like level 55, you'll almost be like I think it's like it gives you like 3/4 of the bar to 56 or something like that. So it gives a lot of XP. So I don't know if, especially considering that that like Volton isn't coming out right for at least a good number of weeks. I think maybe the smart thing to do is probably get your Glaiver to like 13, like, you know, try to get her to 1340, but then try to like just put her on your on the training in the stronghold. Like if you haven't checked it, there's a training camp you can unlock in the stronghold. There's a bunch of guides out there, so you know, I don't remember the exact sequence of quests that you need to do, but there is a training camp that what it is as long as you have a character that is level 52 or higher, you can use the training camp in order to passively train the character. Like basically what it'll do is it'll passively accumulate XP on the side while you're doing everything else. And if you have the crystalline aura bonus, you can use the stronger version. It'll probably just be easier if I just explain it in the stronghold, because I don't know how many, like, this isn't something I hear a lot of people talking about, and I feel like it's kind of important, especially for newer classes, because the whole thing is that like one of the big first level caps you really want to get to is like level 55 on a character, so that way you can get your level 11 on your damaging abilities, and then you can get all those extra skill points. But if you come here, I think you need to do a quest in the stronghold that I think spawns like around like here, like pretty nearby, where it's an NPC. I think it's called Edwin or something like that, like Monster Hunter or some shit like that. I don't know. He's Monster Hunter something that you need to do his quest line, and then he'll give you a quest that lets you unlock this, which is the training camp. Well, he won't give it to you, but then you'll be able to do a quest that unlocks the training camp. And what you do at the training camp is you come here, and I can show you right now because my this is my striker, like he's doing it. So as you can see, my scrapper is level 55. And what this lets me do is any character that's level 50, that's between the levels 50 and like 54, I can take them into this training camp, and then they'll passively just accumulate XP on the side. Like it won't actively give it to him, right? Like it'll just passively bank XP that you can then claim, and then it'll get applied to your character. As you can see, I can only do eligible combat level for training is 50 to 53, because it doesn't level up give your character XP to the highest level, right? It gives it to one level beneath. So like my Deadeye is level 54, and he can't train because he's one level underneath my Scrapper, who's level 55. So basically what I think I'm gonna do is I'm probably just gonna have Glaiver. I'm gonna try to push her to like 1340, you know, maybe 1370, so she can at least do the hard modes, and then like put her in this training camp for in order to accumulate experience. And then when she gets to like 54, then I'll go through South Vern to get all the XP. And just to show you the options, just because this is another important note, I'm just gonna accept this. All right, good. So as you can see, he's still level 53. I just accepted it, so it doesn't matter when you accept it. This is also free. Like this is just, you know, this is free. As long as you have a stronghold and you've unlocked it, you can use it. You don't need the crystalline aura for it to use the regular one. As you can see, there's two tabs here. You have general training and then you have special training. General training is given to everybody. Crystalline aura, no crystalline aura, doesn't matter. You don't have to pay for it. You just unlock it. You get this. You get 4,000 per minute, and then it will it'll accrue that XP for a maximum of a week, or you can claim it early like I did. So, and if you know, it'll level up the character. Like I had to do that on the Berserker. The Berserker was training, and I saw how much he had left on his bar, and I went and I looked at how much experience he had like banked already. Then I claimed it because I knew it was going to be done. So for him, so what you do is if you don't have crystalline aura, you use the Scarecrow of Concentration. But if you do have crystalline aura, which you really should because it's really easy to get for our region, you choose your character, you go to special training because you'll get 3,000 more XP per minute with the ultimate stress buster, and you do start training, and then you just let it go. Something that's kind of cool to note is, as you can see kind of shittily in the background, we'll run over there, but it actually takes your character Like, this is a feature I think is really fucking cool. It's a feature they didn't have to do personally, especially considering that once you get used to the system and using the management menu, you won't really see it. It takes your character and he actually puts it here training, right? Like, look, like this is my striker. This is what he looks like. That's the gear he has on, and you know, it's nothing too fancy. It's just him doing the same move over and over again. But I think that's a really cool touch, where they're just like, you know, they take your character and they put it on there, and that's pretty cool, in my opinion. I think that's awesome. I think that was one of the cool things in what is it, Black Desert? I think also had it, where you could have like workers and then you could see them like going around working. Like, I think shit like that is amazing. I kind of wish like World of Warcraft, you know, with the stronghold systems, where you could send out like soldiers on missions and stuff. I think it would have been cool if you could like see those special characters like out doing a mission, like killing stuff. But I know that's a decent chunk of work that people have, that, you know, to get those kinds of things in the game. So I think it's pretty cool that we were able to get that personally. Let's see, what do we have today? All right, so we have a field boss today, so that means another opportunity for the Moke Star. There's not much to do on the Deadeye. I think he still does. Wait, does he? Is there? No, yeah, he has one more day for rest. Again, I don't really like doing Armored Knack, so if I don't have to do it, because I don't have all, I do her on a rest rotation. If I have 2 rested bars, I go and I do her on that character twice. If I don't have 2 rested bars, then I tell her to fuck off and I go do something else, just to keep my sanity. Egrexion, I'll beat the shit out of all day. I like Egrexion. To me, his fight's pretty fun. It's a good fight to use to really like get used to your class and the movement it has available and stuff like that. So I do suggest to do that. Oh, something of note is that in your product inventory, because a lot of people, you know, they've been stocking up a lot from like Mari's shop. Don't I don't know if we ever got an official thing on whether or not it'll actually cause a problem, but you get your power pass from your product inventory. Make sure you leave at least 1 slot available. You know, because in case you didn't know, you can cap that out with items. Like, you can have a maximum amount. It does have a maximum amount of items it holds. So you really want to make sure for the Fate and Power Pass to at least have one thing, have 1 slot of it ready, like available, because potentially it could cause complications and you could like not get a Power Pass, or it'll delay when you get the Power Pass, which, you know, nobody likes that. So I don't know. I know in the forum somebody asked about it. I think at the time when I was looking, Rox was like, she has to go ask people because she doesn't know. She didn't have the answers to it at the time, which I wouldn't really expect her to. That's kind of like a systems person. Like, they need to kind of be like, yes, that'll cause a problem, or no, that won't cause a problem, kind of thing. So again, potentially having a full actually, now that I mention it, didn't we get the Vern power passes in the mail, or was it the product inventory? Like, I'm pretty sure it was the mail, personally. I don't know if I think I'd have to get on the scrapper to check. And even though I don't know if those mails are actually, those mails probably don't exist, because when you claim them, I think they only like stay in your thing for like 2 days or something like that. But I could have sworn it was the mail. I don't fucking know. All I know is that potentially there might be an issue if you have a full product inventory, so in getting the power pass. So I suggest, at least the general suggestion going around is just to have 1 slot open, so that way, you know, if they do put it out in the product inventory, you'll get it just like when everybody else does, and you won't have to like wait or do any like support help and stuff like that. So I think a lot of other people are probably just going to insta use their power pass. Me personally, I plan on doing a Solus run on all my new classes until I get Solus fully awakened, which is why I open card packs like a madman and pray for green card packs, then pray for those green card packs to give me Solus cards, because they basically just delay the inevitable. But I plan on Thursday, my plan is I'm gonna do a Solus run on her. It'll come in handy because, so there's a neat little trick that I do on the scrapper. Also, we're probably gonna do some PvP today on the scrapper. Is that I take like old gear that looks cool and then I use it for like a PvP skin outfit kind of thing, because in PvP your gear is like equalized, so it doesn't really matter what you wear. stat wise, because that doesn't affect your performance. So you can there's some pretty nice outfits like in tier 1, to be honest. Some pretty nice armor pieces. One thing I'm waiting for, because I really want I really want the system to come to our version, but in the current state that it's in the other regions, it's like it's not very. I'd like if they brought it over in the state that it is in the other regions, like people would lose their minds, and rightfully so, because you can make. There is a skin crafting system in game. I've mentioned it a couple times in my previous streams. You can craft skins of like the old dungeons, like the Abyss dungeons, and I think the tier 1 dungeons and stuff like that. There are skins you can craft for that, but if I'm not mistaken, they require what's a material called legendary fabric. If you don't know what legendary fabric is, it's you probably haven't like looked too much of the other regions and stuff, but legendary fabrics is something that's only obtainable by dismantling store-bought skins. Like, you don't necessarily have to buy it from the store, but the skin has to have originated from the store, like, in order to be dismantled. Because basically what it is in order to get legendary fabric, you have to dismantle store skins to get legend, and you get like I think 6 legendary fabrics from that. And I think it's only like the chest and the pants. I don't remember if the weapon or the helmet count, which kind of fucked in my opinion. But oh shit, this stupid bitch! Stop walking your dog. Come here. Sorry. I get annoyed when they do their little axe thing and they like fucking go off by themselves for like 3 years, and you're like, can you get the fuck back here? But basically the way it works is the NPC that you do the coloring, you know, where you color your skins at. What few skins can be recolored at the moment. Basically what it is they have in the other regions, they have another menu where you can craft skins, and there's an assortment of different skins you can get. There's some that are like trade skills, there's some that are like, again, the early dungeon stuff. There's the abyssal dungeon, Forsaken gear that you can craft as a skin if you want, but a lot of it takes like legendary fabric, which again comes from the shop skins. And I get it, you know, I get it. They're trying to like promote not using those skins, because the whole thing is like, you know, well, if I have to like get a shop skin to craft like skins of shit that's already like from models that are already in the game, then why am I going to use those, right? Like, and that is a very valid point. I think for some people, like for instance, there's some early Abyss armor that if we had that system right now, I would have fucking bought a couple of fucking Omen skins and dismantled the fuck out of them to make, because the tier 2 Scrapper armor looks amazing, but the tier 3 stuff for Scrapper looks kind of dog shit to me. So I would have definitely like done the whole legendary fabric thing. But the issue is that the legendary fabric is actually tied to a bigger problem, which is legendary skins. Legendary skins in the other regions give you like 2% main stat per piece, and the legendary skins in the other regions give you about 2% main stat per piece, and it's kind of RNG how you get them. Also, what is going on today? I did a bunch of like this annoys me. I still have to like figure this stuff out. Like, I did a bunch of checks before stream and everything was fine. Like, I had the green light on everything, like nothing was an issue. And now, you know, I start streaming and then my internet decides to like shit the bed. Always annoying, you know, just usual stuff. Everything's fine until you actually need it to work. So where was I? The legendary skins, right? You can have, I think you can have a helmet, a chest piece, pants, and a weapon, all legendary. They give 2% main stat per piece, so it's actually quite a decent amount of bonus stats that you can get from the legendary skins. But they're completely gacha the way they're made. Basically, the only ways to get it is either you gacha for it yourself, or you buy it off the auction house from someone else that's gacha for the skins. Because what it is you need to get, I think it's 12 legendary fabrics. Don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that because I don't know. Again, I've only played on the NAE on the Western client version, so I don't know what the like all the nitty gritty details. I'm pretty sure there's a video on YouTube about it. But is this a frog? It is a frog. Frogs, I swear, they're like, I don't want to move. You gotta move, buddy. I gotta kill you. But basically, it's you have to get legendary fabric, and then I think you also have to get this jar from the shop with like blue crystals, and then you kind of have to go to this like gotcha. I think it's the skin vendor, the skin NPC, and you kind of have to just gotcha for legendary skins, and you have no real control over it. As far as I know, there's no pity system involved either, so it's like if you're shit out of luck, you're shit out of luck. You know, it's just the way it is. And I think like most players that I've seen, and I think like myself included, are like, if that system makes it over to the West, it's gonna be the biggest shit show in the world, because it's straight up loot boxes. Like, you know, people can complain about honing rates and stuff like that, but honing at least has pity at the end of the day, right? Like, you know for a fact that at one point you're going to guarantee the succeed, this, you know, of that hone. The legendary skins, they don't have that, and the point is you're gonna want legendary skins, because even though it's not very like, it's not the biggest damage boost, right? Like it's going from 1% main stat to 2% main stat, which, you know, it's still a decent amount. Like, you're doubling how much main stat you get. When it comes to like your actual like damage, the effect of it, it's not as big as, say, like, you know, honing your armor, getting good engravings, getting good stats, stuff like that, but it's still going to be an edge, and they already have pay to win argument problems as it is, so they introduced that system in that state, and all hell's going to like really break loose on the forums and stuff. And to be honest, I've heard a lot of like players who played on other regions, they just don't like the system either, so I think like they'll probably change that system, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe when they change it for the West, they might end up changing it for the other regions also, just to make it better. And it'll probably, like, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe what they do is they're just like, here, these are legendary skins, they're gonna cost more than you know, they're gonna be worth more than regular skins because they're legendary, and blah blah blah, and here you go. And then they'll probably introduce the other skins, like the vendor that you can craft skins. They'll probably do that, and they'll probably add something in game for you can farm, so you can do that. And like for me, I think the way they could do it is, it's just like, you know, you have to go get some materials for, like, for instance, the Abyss dungeons. It'll just be like you have to just run the old Abyss dungeons, get the like materials, and then you can craft the armor. Cost a little bit of blue crystals or some shit, or just gold, and then you can craft it and you're good to go. I'd be perfectly content with that, because to be honest, the biggest thing about the legendary skins, and to me like the coolest feature that I kind of wish the purple skins had too, but again, it's fine, because eventually you're gonna want at least legendary skins on your main, and then like 1 or 2 alts at the very least, if not like all your characters. If you don't like the way the legendary skin looks, right, because and they kind of like, and they knew this was going to be a problem, because so they kind of nipped it in the bud to begin with. If you don't like the legendary skin, but you're like, I can't like not get the legendary skin because, you know, DPS boost, the legendary skins, what they'll do is when you get them, so you see how you only have like the 1 slots here and here on the weapon, so it'll be like, you know, the helmet, the chest piece, the pants, and the weapon. Well, what the legendary skins have, which the rest of the skins don't have, is when you equip a legendary skin, he gets an extra slot here. Now, what it is if you don't like the visuals of the weapon, so say you don't like the Alar hat, like let's use the Alar hat as an example. Let's say the Alar hat, you don't like the way it looks, but you want the stats, but you have another hat skin that you really like the way it looks, but it's like, you know, it's 1 rarity lower, so it's like, you know, so let's say it's blue, just for example case again, and you like the way that looks. With the legendary skin, or the Alar is legendary, and then you have like a purple skin that you like the look of it better, the legendary skin will have an extra square next to it that lets you equip another skin that will override the visual. Now, you don't get the stats from both, right? You don't get like the 2% from this and then the 1% from that. The highest bonus is what applies, but it lets you overwrite the visuals of the legendary skins with something you like. So it really opens up a lot of like options for for like customization that we just don't have yet. But I don't know when we're gonna get legendary skins. To be honest, at this point, if you told me that we weren't getting legendary skins until all of the current like classes were released, or at least like everything up to like Scouter and Reaper, like, you know, was released, like everything but Artist was released, and then they give us legendary skins, I'd believe it. To be honest, I'd believe it. But because we also haven't like heard a single like even whisper of, ooh, are they still going for like 30 gold or so? No, they dropped down to 29. I'll hold on to that then, because those are going to go up in price again when Rowan comes out. We haven't even heard the slightest of whispers about legendary skins from anybody from either Amazon or Smilegate for our region. So I don't think we're going to get them anytime soon. And in that case, I also don't think we'll get the crafting ones, like the craftable ones, anytime soon either. So we're just going to have to make do with what we got. And this next month's skids is Fancy Pants, which for me personally, I could care less about it. I know a lot of people were like, hey, we want casual skins, we want like fancy skins, we want to look nice and all that kind of stuff. I personally don't care. Personally, I'm like, I like either straight up meme outfits like the animal and the Makoko costumes, and I like, you know, medieval fantasy style or like sci-fi armor looking costumes. So that's kind of my take on it, but it is nice to have things for other people. I think that's pretty nice. So I also have to see how much it's gonna cost to get on the auction house, see who sells their glaivier costumes, or how much just the glaivier costume will cost when it comes out, because I might just buy it. I might just buy it just for the weapon and then like sell the armor or something, because again, I like the weapon. That's my personal opinion on it. I will say they did say skins plural even in the video, and if all we're getting is the arc pass skins and nothing else, like, I'm gonna be a little disappointed, because I really want like more than just 1 or 2 skins, right, added at a time. Where is the shotgun dominator? So you get this. And then, where's my last request? There you are. Or not last request, Apocalypse. Last request is the counter skill. There we go. Getting it built. Getting it built. 1 tripod at a time. But yeah, so, again, it'll just be interesting to see what if there's anything else that we're going to get that they haven't mentioned. I imagine that what we get is like what they showed is what we're going to show. We're not going to get another like some more skins secretly, I don't imagine. Well, except for the glaivier one. That is kind of something interesting to note. They didn't show the glaivier like launch skin in the trailer, but Rox is like, yes, they will launch with its launch skin. So I don't know if that was just an oversight, because they could have easily just shown it when they were showing the glaivier, right? Because they showed the glaivier a lot. They showed also, again, I'll reiterate, sorry about the scuffed like restreaming of it. I'll kind of have to look into the settings. Maybe I shouldn't have had Lost Ark running at the same time. I should have done it later, but I don't know. I'll look some stuff up to see how it goes, because like the video was loading fine for me, but for some reason between streaming it to Twitch, it kind of like hiccuped. So I'll look into that later. But yeah, I don't think there's gonna be much else to get that we don't already know. So we'll see. I think I saw it passing, like in passing. You know, with how much I've been getting slapped on this guy, I kind of want heavy armor. Or not. This is why I don't fucking facet blue rocks, because my luck for faceting is pretty dog shit, and they go to hell pretty quick. But yeah, so I don't think we'll see. Well, I saw it in passing. Rock said that we'll get the patch notes tomorrow. Like, because again, I don't think they showed the bridge dungeon. Granted, I also don't know it like the back of my head, so maybe there's because again, I've only played this region, like the western region, so I can't go, oh, this is definitely for sure like everything in the trailer is this and that. But you know, we kind of saw it. I will have it up on YouTube. I'll probably put timestamps on it. I'll probably skip over the scuffed like restreaming part of it and kind of just put it at where I start talking about my thoughts on the trailer. So I guess it's a little late to mention it, but if you are watching this on like YouTube and you haven't somehow seen the trailer, I'll put a link in the description for the trailer, so you can just check it out there. But I mean, I'm still pretty excited. It's new stuff, right? There's always going to be complainers. I can understand some people if they're not too happy. I know what's kind of funny, because I also saw it in passing where people are like, they censored Biekas, and I'm like, you've obviously never fully seen the Biekas fight, because they didn't censor Biekas. They like, that's her in phase 2. The Biekas you know, which everybody's seen because it has the booba thing sign, is the Biekas from phase 3, where she's going ape shit. But when she's not going ape shit, she looks like that. So calm down, chill. I don't get it with the people with like, they're 3D pixels. Like, look, I like boobs and butts and like hot girls as much as anybody else does on the internet, right? Like I can appreciate them whether they're real or they're like 3D or they're 2D, right? Like, but getting all up in arms about it, like, that's a bit much. Like, chill out. Like, that just tells me that, you know, you've been spending a little bit too much time on the wrong side of the internet. You need to come back to the light. You know, drink some water, come back, be part of is there one here? Nope. I was in the right direction, but I was a little short. So I've been getting pretty lucky these last couple of days where like I've been waiting for it to load and then I get fed up, so I just randomly throw it in a direction and it hits and I'm just like, hey, 6 cents. But yeah, my take on it is, how about we wait for shit to be in the game before we start screaming about censoring and screaming bloody murder? Because I swear, like, people love screaming about that kind of stuff. And I'm like, in an MMO, that's like the least important thing to me. It's like visual censoring. You know, there's other places on the internet you can go for that kind of stuff if you want it. But it is what it is. So I'm pretty excited. Again, I think a lot of people who again weren't too interested in the story before will probably get more interested now, because it definitely gets a bit more interesting in my opinion. I do feel like there's probably going to be people that, because I've already seen the complaints crop up of people being like, oh, do I have to do Vern on every single character? Yes, you have to do Vern on every single character. Stop bitching, stop crying, just fucking go do it. It's literally something you only do once on that character. You can space it out. You don't have to do every single character in the same day. You have plenty of time to get as many characters through between now to Vulcan, and then by the time you have to do it again on other alts, it's already been so long since you've had to do it that you probably even forgot like most of the story anyway. So, you know, let's calm down. Because to be honest, like, I'm getting a little annoyed personally from people who they keep complaining. They're like, oh, I'm tired of doing Punica. Oh, I'm tired of questing through all this other stuff. I mean, then why are you playing an MMO? MMO is about doing monotonous shit over and over again for preparing for moments of greatness and raids and stuff. Like, and you're sitting here complaining about something that takes you like 2 hours to do at most. Like, if you can stand doing chaos dungeons and guardian raids every single day, I don't see why you would have a problem doing a 2 hour one-time content on a character. Like, that also gives you a good amount of rewards. Like, you get materials, you get card packs, you get all that kind of stuff. The interesting part is I'm pretty sure the materials won't be like, well, like the materials in the card packs I think are per character also, right? So like the materials obviously, but like the card packs that you get, because you get a lot of card packs, you get, I think every character that goes through South Vern gets those card packs from the questing. That's huge. That's huge, dude. Granted, you know, I think a good chunk of them, you don't get too many for like the uncommon, at a chance at commons for Solus cards. but you get like more chances to hopefully get a legendary card pack to then hopefully get the legendary cards you're missing for like Lost Wind Cliff or the Salvation set. Like that's amazing. That's great. So like shut up, nut up, and go do it. It's not that bad. You'll be fine. I don't know. I guess as someone who's like, I guess you could call me an MMO veteran. Like I've played a lot of MMOs. I played like World of Warcraft. I didn't play World of Warcraft like from the very beginning, like vanilla, but I played it when it was, you know, probably like I think like a year or two. No, I'd say like a year and a half after like the first, like, you know, World of Warcraft Classic, like, you know, vanilla came out way back in the day, way back in what, like 2005, 2006, something like that. And then I've played like MMO since. Like I played World of Warcraft, I played EverQuest 2, I played a bit of Dayok, but that's a bit before my time.
Come on.
I've played Final Fantasy 14. I played Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars 2. I've played a lot of free-to-play MMOs. I played WildStar. I've played so many MMOs over the course of my life. And out of all the things you could complain about this game, complaining about having to redo like continent quest on your alt is not the one. It's really not the one. There's so much other shit that's so alt friendly for the server, for like the, you know, the roster, that I wish other games had. The only other game I've seen that is as alt friendly as this game in its own way would be Final Fantasy 14. That's probably the only other MMO I've ever played that's like as alt friendly, personally played. Right? Like there might be some other ones that are out there that I haven't really played too much. Guild Wars 2 is kind of alt friendly, kind of is, kind of isn't. But I remember still having a pretty easy time getting alt geared and stuff way back when I played it like 6-7 years ago. Because I stopped playing Guild Wars 2 before the new expansion, so I don't know if they've done any changes to it. Like before any of the expansions. Like that's when I stopped playing it. I don't know any of the like changes to the content and stuff. But like for instance, World of Warcraft for the longest time, like still is to this day not very alt friendly. So, you know, the only way it's alt friendly is if you happen to play like two classes that use the same weapons or the same armor type, and then you get like bind on equip stuff on another character that doesn't need it. Is he done with his weeklies? I'm just trying to check, make sure he's done with everything. Yeah, weeklies are done, that's done. I need to do his mining, but I'll do that off stream. I won't bore you with the mining. So we'll get on the Berserker. Berserker boy, let's go. Hopefully you can get more tripods for ground smash and power break, so we can get those going. I'm surprised, like the supercharge build for Berserker, like I think it has some potential. I don't know if I'll stick with the supercharge on it. Then again, I made the decision to do blue supercharge, not necessarily for the Berserker. I did it for the Destroyer. So the fact that the Berserker can also use it is kind of nice. And then I'll probably end up making like a Deathblade and a Gun Lancer in the future anyway. So there'll be other classes that'll get to use it. But I'm pleasantly surprised, to be honest. I like how it plays. So I kind of want to get tripods for it to get it up and running. So that way, I need to just get rid of this. You know, besides the fact that it's running something I don't need, and it's a tier 2 stone, just need to get rid of it. But you know, I'm pleasantly surprised with it. It also deals a pretty good amount of damage. I traded Windblade and Chainsword for another like 900,000 to 1 million damage on it at 1325 with like suboptimal stats with not all of his engravings in place. Like he doesn't even have level 3 supercharge. Like, you know, all the tripods. Oh wait, no, I don't want that. All the tripods on it are level 1, right? Like it's not like buffed at all. Like at least not the damaging ones. So getting you know, it's dealing a good chunk of damage for something that's not leveled up, because most of my other abilities have they at least have their tripods and they have their gems, tier 2 gems, I think. Actually, does he have tier 3 gems though? No, he's got tier 2 gems, so they're at least getting some sort of damage bonus that power break isn't getting. So, you know, the fact that it's dealing remotely anywhere near as much damage as the other stuff when it doesn't have any of the boosts for it, shows me that that power break has potential for some damage, maybe some very good damage. I've also noticed that on when I was checking on Loa the other day, I haven't checked again today, so I don't know if they were just testing it out or something, but there were some berserkers using power break. Some weren't. A couple builds were using supercharge, some weren't using supercharge, so I don't know which one's like technically better, but for me, if it lets me have a second class I can use supercharge, I'll just take it and use it to justify to myself having popped the blue books on that. I still kind of regret popping the purple books on adrenaline, if I'm perfectly honest. I kind of think I jumped the gun a little too quick on that call, especially because I didn't just double check what build I was looking at for glaivier, because I plan on doing the whatchamacallit, the stance swapping build. Like, I don't plan on doing the blue build. I plan on doing red and blue. So and that doesn't take adrenaline, but I think maybe if I run the crit one, maybe I could like fit adrenaline for that, right? Because there was there was two playstyles. There was the spec swiftness playstyle, and there's like the spec crit playstyle. And so, say still, get fucked. And so maybe and I think on the PTR they buff some of the stuff for the spec crit playstyle, so that'll be pretty that'll be interesting to see. Because if they do, then maybe it'll justify my adrenaline in the end, or maybe I'll end up like saying fuck this and then going and playing the glaive, the blue stance only playstyle, because they're both relatively viable from what I understand. Like the blue only stance one isn't too far behind the other one. So the only difference is that if you play the blue stance, you have to use ambush master, because almost all of your attacks are back attacks, especially now with the changes that'll be coming on the PTR. But for Pinnacle, I think is what it was called, or whatever. I don't know what the fuck it's called. I'll just call it like blue stance and blue and red stance. For the blue stance and the blue and red stance ones, the blue and red stance one doesn't usually run ambush master, because it has a lot of different abilities and you're just constantly just throwing out abilities at a constant rate that I think it's attributed to be a little hard to do it. But maybe with the changes to some of the abilities getting back attacks, maybe now they'll probably try to fit in ambush master even on the blue and red stance. But we'll see. I don't think they're done. Again, the PTR isn't finalized, so I wouldn't make too many crazy changes just yet for most classes. I think the only class that I would probably be like, yeah, super change, probably just like destroyer, because while I think the numbers for destroyer might still get a little tuned. I don't know if it's where the damage numbers are actually at right now. I think they're still pretty close together from live to PTR, even with the changes. I think like plenty of the other classes, like I don't think Deathblade's gonna go live in the state that it's in the PTR. I really don't. They dumpstered that class too much. So I think at the very least, I think they might undo the gauge change they made, so that way you can keep the like 14 stack playstyle, like 14 to like 16 stack playstyle people were running. I'm still not used to having power break for my Chaos Dungeon build. So I keep like pushing where I'm expecting to have Windblade, and then it's like, you thought it was Windblade, but it was me, Dio, kind of thing. But in this case, instead of Dio, it's power break. So yeah, so PTR changes aren't finalized. Hopefully we get those done sooner rather than later, because I imagine that when those get finalized is probably when we'll get like a release date for Destroyer for our region. So because I think they want to release Destroyer, I don't think they want to wait too long for Destroyer, especially because I've seen a lot of people be pretty hyped now from the Destroyer changes. Like I've seen a lot of people being like, oh, I want to be Destroyer, and I'm just like, where were you day one, huh? You know, it is cool to see more people be interested, but it also makes me a little salty in the long run, because it's like so many people shit on Destroyer when it was like announced to be the first class on that one, when they accidentally put out the roadmap. Like, so many people just shit on Destroyer, and then now people are like, oh, I want to play Destroyer. Destroyer looks cool. Destroyer looks fun, and it's like, it's cool. Like, it's good to see, right? Like, it's always nice to see the class you like to play in a good light. But still, it does make me a little salty, because I'm just like, get the fuck away from my class. You know, some of us have been here struggling since day one, and now that, you know, the getting is good, now you want to join in, that kind of thing. So, but no, it's good. In the long run, it's good. Like, having more people interested in the class is fantastic. Having more people play it, it'll be good in the long run, because it'll make things cheaper in the long run, right? I know a lot of people, like, in the short term, it'll, like, things will be pretty expensive, especially because, you know, it's the popular class. But in the long run, it'll make things cheaper, because the more people that are playing, like, Destroyers, the more tripods will be on the market, right? So, and when supply and demand are relatively close together, that makes the price go down. So, you know, in the long run, I feel that Destroyer being popular will make it'll definitely make the prices a little cheaper, for at least for the gearing process. Also, we get to skip out on having to completely rehaul our Destroyers. Like, I feel for the Korean players who, like, you know, devoted a lot of time and resources into Destroyer, who now have to, like, spend a lot of gold to, like, redo tripods and get new gems and stuff like that. Like, I feel for them. I have been looking for like Destroyer stuff, like, on YouTube, and from what I can tell, it's predominantly like the build engraving and stat wise hasn't changed. It's just, you know, you run 4 purple skills now, one of them being Earth Eater, like, guaranteed, even though, interestingly enough, there was already builds, like Hammer of Wrath builds, running Earth Eater before the change. So this kind of just, like, buffs those builds even more. So it's kind of interesting to see. This is kind of where, so if you haven't watched it, again, I'll definitely, like, harp it out. Stoops did a podcast with Obenji, ATK, Staint, and Seals on Sunday. It was a really good podcast, especially if you like playing any of the classes, like Sorceress and Gunslinger and all that. They had a lot of good stuff to talk about. But Benji was talking, like, he brought up a very good point, that it seems the PTR changes they're doing in some cases are, like, from a couple months prior to the current meta. Because like for instance, right, like, they buffed Earth Eater. Like, Earth Eater is an overall buff. It's just that you need tripod levels and stuff like that. Earth Eater was already being used. A lot of the higher geared Destroyers were already using Earth Eater in their Hammer of Wrath builds. So I'm curious, like, if that'll affect anything. I doubt it will. Like, it might affect something number wise, but playstyle wise, Destroyer's not changing. I'm like, they're probably definitely keeping it the way it is. I still don't know if Endure Pain is gonna be worth taking, to be honest. Like, if I'm perfectly honest, a taunt's gonna be nice, but you have to remember there are, like, fights in tier 3 that are immune to taunt. So it's just like, do we are we gonna run it just because it has a taunt on it? Like, yeah, it can guarantee a head attack on something, but if, you know, in a fight that, like, I don't know if that's a good crutch to lean on, right? Like, it can guarantee a head attack, but when you fight something that's not tauntable, like, say the Legion commanders themselves, because I'm thinking, like, Volton, Viekus, Belshazzar, like, all of those guys, I'm thinking they're not, like, they're immune to taunt. You cannot taunt them. Wait, am I in all purple? Holy shit, I'm in all purple. All right, I forgot about that. I did the Oreha normal mode. They're not tauntable, right? So if you kind of, like, sit on a crutch and you constantly rely on the taunt to get the front attack, you're gonna, like, kind of hamper yourself in developing the skills to oh, hold up, since I'm here, let me check the what's his rested at. Oh, he's at 3. I should do that. I probably won't do it today, or I mean I probably won't do it on stream. I'll probably do it probably do it off stream. I have a couple friends that we do arm and knack together, so we can suffer together in solidarity. But I don't know if that'll, like, if in the long run that'll help, right? Because like Earth Smasher is another ability, has a lower cooldown, also gives you 3 cores. The only biggest benefit between the two, between Earth Smasher and Endure Pain, is one, Endure Pain's a good oh shit button to use if you're like, oh fuck, this is gonna kill me. Like you can pop it for the defense up, right? For the damage reduction. But you can, and then you can also tripod it so that it'll give you 3 cores regardless of whether you hit a monster with it or not, which is probably the way they'll go with it if they use it. But the issue is that it has like, it's like a 40-second cooldown. If I'm mistaken, if I remember off the top of my head correctly. Endure Pain. And it doesn't have cooldown reduction in tripods. Earth Smasher, on the other hand, I think is a 24-second? Why am I guessing? I have a fucking website I can go look at. Let me go look real quick. Come on. There we go. Destroy your tree. Also, man, I am starving. All I had today was yogurt and a protein bar before stream. I'm gonna like stuff my face when we get off stream. All right, Earth Smasher, where are you? Earth Smasher is 24-second cooldown, and it also doesn't have any cooldown tripods, but it does, you know, I feel like it might fit in the rotation a little better. Again, I don't know, because that's kind of going to be something that gets that, like, you know, the guys up top are gonna have to fit, because like the other issue is that like you also can't have your blue abilities be too short cooldown. Like you can't have too many short cooldown blue abilities, because then your purple abilities won't keep up, because your purple abilities, you got 22 seconds. Oh well, actually never mind. This is like, what is this? Well, Earth Eater is 18 seconds, but I think it gets its cooldown extended with the new passive that it got. Never mind, that'll actually line up pretty good. I don't know, like I don't know if like Endure Pain in its new state will, at least in PvE, will still be like mandatory, right? Like it'll probably, it might be like you use it on fights you can taunt things, and then you don't use it on fights you can't taunt things. That kind of thing. Because I find it hard to believe that, you know, people won't try to use Earth Smasher, especially considering that it now has an attack speed tripod in the first row that you can get, so you can make it come out faster. And then it also gains a tenacity tripod, which isn't that big of a deal, but well, that is that big of a deal, because you can use it, you know, you can use it to help kind of like cheese through some mechanics and stuff while still getting 3. Because you could also just tripod it to take like you take reduced damage when you use it, and then you take the new tenacity tripod, and then you can just use that for and then you use that to like kind of like guarantee to get it, and then also like make sure that you don't get like knocked off from like vault and stuff like that. Like there's probably options there, which I don't know if like I just don't know. Like I just don't know. I know I know a lot of destroyers probably haven't like worked too much away from it, specifically because I feel like they're so used to it. I mean, shit, I was watching destroyers play on the PTR where they no longer have the edge build, edge hit tripod for perfect swing and for seismic hammer, and they still were doing it because it's so ingrained in them that they have to hit with a specific part of this ability because it's been like that for so long that even with removing it, like they still have the habit, and you still see them like positioning themselves at weird angles to get their perfect swings on head attacks, positioning themselves to get the spikes to hit with seismic hammer, even though you don't have to do that anymore. So I don't know if in the destroyer community in Korea there's anybody that has like the whole, you know what, fuck it, let's try like Earth Smasher instead of Endure Pain kind of thing. Because that'd be my first thing, right? If I go, well, Endure Pain no longer gives the well, to be fair, I mean, Endure Pain and Earth Smasher kind of fulfilled the same role anyway before, because Earth Smasher was the other ability that you could tripod to give like minus 24% defense on a target, and people still used Endure Pain, specifically because I think because Endure Pain just, it gave you a lot, you know. It was a good burst cooldown that you could line up with perfect swing, that you could then you would Endure Pain, get the damage reduction, get the minus 24% defense debuff on a target, and then with the immune to CCs you guarantee the perfect swing. So it still might beat out Earth Smash, but I still wouldn't be surprised if we saw some Earth Smash builds come out at some point, or at least for something. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe like there's like someone throws out some crazy batshit gravity training build that just runs both Earth Smasher and Endure Pain, just to like pump those fucking, just to pump the charge on the bar and just constantly be in bonk mode. But I don't know, we'll see. I'd like to see some variation. Like, I like Endure Pain. It's a cool ability. You know, it's also kind of like one of the iconic destroyer abilities. That's in it. Oh fuck. Where is it? Ow. I was over here. They rarely go in the middle. Usually they're like here or here. But we missed this time. But yeah, so I am curious to see what kind of builds come out for the destroyer community. I need to look into the scrapper stuff, because if I'm perfectly honest, I've kind of haven't been doing any research into the scrapper PTR stuff. I feel like by now they would have figured out if there's going to be any changes to the abilities we use. I do know that Roundup Sweep, being a back attack, now hits like a goddamn truck on shock training. I think there was like a streamer that showed, like a Korean streamer that like hit like a back attack of like, what was it, 12 million with Roundup Sweep from the back, because as shock training you use Ambush Master. So the fact that now Roundup Sweep's like a back attack, it also benefits from Ambush Master. So that ability is going to be disgustingly strong with back attack applied. Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Oh, what a nice person. So I kind of need to look into that just to see. I'm kind of curious if Charging Blow will still stay in the build, because Charging Blow has some other tripods that are useful. Specifically, I'd like to keep Charging Blow just to use the excellent mobility tripod on it on the first level, because that's really nice. That's really nice to use to like weave in and out. And since you don't have to worry about hitting the target anymore to get the damage buff from Charging Blow, you can kind of just constantly use it to like engage and disengage on the enemy. But that could also just be me having been like using it in PvP a lot and being like, this is kind of fun in PvP. So as a lot of people underestimate how far you can reach with Charging Blow in PvP. You can go pretty far with it. Especially if you like initiate with like a dodge. You can like dodge Charging Blow and then like dodge again if you're fast enough on the button pushes. So it's pretty interesting. To be honest, there's really not much more prep to do. I mean, I've been having my striker do Calventus just to stock up on some more leap stones. I think I have almost 400 tier 2 leap stones saved up. Where is it? Yeah, I have 356 saved up. I'll get another like what, 10, 12 today. I'm pretty sure I have enough stones at least to get her to 1100, but And I have another 30 Kaldar fusion materials that I have crafting that I think finished. But the goal is to get her to 1340. I know I'm pretty sure I don't have enough mats to get her from 1302 to 1340. But she'll have the vendor, she'll have the weekly reset vendor, she'll have the PvP vendor. So I think she should have at least a very good running start into tier 3 when she gets there. I'm hoping they give us they just give us a shit ton of shards from something. I don't know how much shards the arc pass gives. I might end up having to do tier 2 tower on her to just get more life shards, which is gonna suck because I hate doing tier 2 tower. Tier 2 tower just sucks. Tier 1 tower is not that bad. Tier 2 tower sucks dick. It really sucks dick. So, but I also need to do tier 2 tower at some point. I'll probably do it on the scrapper once she hits like 1400. Just to kind of like one shot my way through the last couple levels, because I think I did tier 2 up to level, was it level 38, 35? I don't know. I only did tier 2 tower up until I could get the Giant's Heart, and then I stopped. So I need to get to 50 to do that last to get that last skill potion out of there, and then that tower is basically going to be dead to me before like past level 10 on alts, because I cannot stand doing that tower. There's just too many fucking survive rooms. There's just too many. I generally do not like survive rooms personally. I think they're dumb. If they had like designed them in a way to kind of like help you learn how to like dodge mechanics, like from like Legion raids and stuff, maybe I'd be a bit more partial, like, you know, I'd be a bit more alright with them, but they don't, right? Like, at least none of what we have. Maybe the Legion raids later, they have enough crazy shit where you're like, I should have done the survive room more to practice. But I doubt anybody says that. I doubt anybody goes, hey, I should have done tower more to like practice. But I'm curious how far up I had to go. That's the boss rush. Tower. Okay, so tier 2. How far up did we get? 40, 35. All right, so we got to 435. So I have 15 more floors. Because this is the... there's also a purple quick recharge in there. Shit, there's some good shit in here that I need to get. Chance. I think these are all just like chance you can obtain one. Stat increase potion, that's kind of whatever. Blue battle engraving books would be nice. I don't know how many you get. But yeah, I'll probably do this on the scrapper when she's like a little higher geared. Because that quick recharge would be nice. And then obviously +3 skill points would be nice. That's like the only +3 skill point that isn't a Giant's Heart or a quest. That's one of 3 that I'm missing. I have all the other +3s. I'm only missing 3 of the +3 skill potions, and I think the same amount for this +6, because the +6, I think the only ones I'm missing are from Punica, the Omnium Star, and the Ignia Token. I think are the only 3 +6 skill potions I don't have. And all of those are gonna, you know, it takes a little while to get. And then the +3 skill potions, the only one I'm missing is the one from the tier 2 tower, the one from whatchamacallit, from the Phaeton questline that I started working on yesterday, and then the Giant's Heart one, which would be my next Giant's Heart reward. But all of my Giant's Hearts left are all from Rapport, so it'll take a bit to get. So But yeah, so basically I've gotten pretty much almost all the skill points that I can easily get. Like easily get and when at one point. The ones left, they take some time to get because I need to do Neo report for one. I need the Omnium Star for Moat, is I gotta because I think Omnium Star wise it's oh no. I think the Wafer is the one I have next. Oh, I still got it off though, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. Can you break today? There we go. There we go. Done fucked up, Aaron. You done fucked up, Aaron. Yeah, I just like having that other button that deals like another 1,000,000 damage. It's basically like having another extra like another extra whatchamacallit, like extra tick of the helm, the Hellblade, whatever. Oh shit. What a dick. Oh, god damn it. I was hoping I could like thread the needle between those two. Like the flares are like just massive in size on the tree guy. To be honest, if I wasn't trying out the new if I wasn't just trying to get more comfortable with the new build with like using power break and stuff, I wouldn't be in here right now. Hi tree, bye tree, because you're just gonna leave if I try to engage on you anyway. Whoop. Hello, little Legoros. Oh shit, you actually followed really quickly. Actually really rare. Shit, he got hit by a lot there at the end. I think that last, like the second part of finishing strike hit him for like 16 mil. Crazy. Yeah, I like the way the build plays, personally. At least now. I don't know how I like it like later, right? So like what is it? Like Albion? Bruh. Albion when on my shock training scrapper, like when I'm trying to like dodge all the AoEs while I'm still trying to get death rattles off and still trying to dodge all the like, oh my god. And then when I try to get a death rattle off and she just like donkey kicks me in the face and like interrupts my fucking death rattle, I'm just like, I hate you so much. Even though like so they buffed taijutsu right on the PTR in Korea. And now I'm like, well, if they buff taijutsu and they bring it like any closer to like, mind you, taijutsu was ranked pretty high up. Like a lot of people use taijutsu before, like they had a apparently there's a stream that showed like shock training has the like if you learn how to play shock training, you can like get high enough in the damage to keep up with like a sorceress, like a igniter sorc. So like a lot of people are playing taijutsu because taijutsu scrapper still deals a good chunk of damage by itself, and also was just easier to play, was more mobile, and it brought a lot of stuff to the table because it brings a lot of weak point, it brings a lot of stagger, and a lot of that. That's easier to like land and more consistently have on demand than shock training. Taijutsu got two really big buffs, to be honest. Well, two buffs. One buff was, well, actually probably three buffs in total. The first buff is they can drop charging blow now if they want to, which they probably will, specifically because Fierce Tiger Strike comes with a nuke, and they have a lot of mobility as it was already, so they don't need more mobility with the. They don't need more mobility from the tripod from charging blow, and they don't need the focus because you just don't care about shock that much. Like you obviously want to land your death rattle if you're even using it, because there are some builds out there that they just use roundup sweep with judgment instead, which might get changed because with Tiger Smash having that big ass fucking nuke on it, or percentage nuke on it, people might be trying to, you know, play around that a bit more. But basically, so they got that, so they don't have to play with charging blow anymore. They could fit in another ability. You know, they could either like use continuous push and earthquake chain, or they like, you know, they have options now. I think like that's probably the biggest winner out of the two. I don't think for oh, I forgot to do my guild logins. I don't think for I don't know if for shock training, like we're gonna stop using charging blow just because it's kind of like a low cooldown ability that we can use to generate shock with. So again, I don't know how that'll pan out. We'll have to wait and see. Well, I have to go dig and see if I can find any information that's been translated. But for taijutsu, they got that, and they got like a flat 5% buff from their class engraving. And it's like, and like those three things combined, I think will have like will give taijutsu enough damage that I think I don't think you'll have much of a reason to play shock unless you like just playing shock, which a lot of the fights for end game on in the Legion raids, like they, you know, it's easier to play them as a taijutsu scrapper than it is to play them as a shock trading scrapper. Again, we'll have to see, because I don't know how the just having a flat buff on your death rattle that you can get off whenever you want and not really have to worry about you know, pre-buffing anymore will affect it. So that might still keep shock training supremacy going for damage numbers, but I don't know, there's not enough damage difference to constitute running shock over taijutsu. Like, unless you really just like the pain of missing death rattles that matter, you know, that's like most of your damage, there's no real, like, I think a lot of people, myself included, will probably run taijutsu just because I'd rather feel like I'm contributing to the fight instead of being like, oh, you know, I keep missing my death rattles because of movement for the stuff, right? That kind of stuff. So so you know, so I don't know, we'll see. I mean, taijutsu's still fun, right? Like, I like playing both. It's just I like the big numbers that shock brings, but if I can still get the same overall DPS on taijutsu as I can with like shock training, then I'll run taijutsu just because I have, like, it'll probably be more fun in the long run. Oh, I just barely weave that in there. Fuck yes. But yeah, so ooh, 7 mil. Yeah, we'll see. I do need to do some research on that. Just to see just to see what the play is, because I'd rather just get ready for the change now if I'm gonna play shot or swap back to taijutsu. Because I mean, taijutsu was fun. Like I actually did enjoy like the machine gun fucking hits and shit like that. I could feel that he wanted to jump, so I was trying to like get that off. I still hate that stomp. The thing where he like slaps and then you get the earth spikes come out, like that's such an annoying fucking ability on him. That's like the only ability he does that I hate when he does it, because it's so hard to deal with as a back attack class, because he does it all the way like at the very front of his model, and so like trying to stay around it is sheesh. It's just sheesh. Oh, yeah. I guess we know who were in here that were overgeared. Or no, they just know how to play. Okay, yeah, they just know how to play Surge. They just know how to play Surge. That is the one thing that kind of leaves a sour taste in your mouth, right? You're playing like shock trading, and I played it about as best as I could get it. I only missed one death rattle that whole fight, and I don't think that would have made a difference. I don't think I would have pulled the head. But not being able to like prompt a Surge Death Blade just kind of leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Especially on Agrexion, because like Agrexion's like super easy to do. But that is what it is. At least now I have a new raid record. Because that was also 1340. Like he was fresh. Like he's at like where he's like on gear score. And I couldn't beat him being like 45 levels higher. Like, it's a little frustrating sometimes. But that's what it is. It's just the way the class goes. Part of me still kind of wants to change back to taijutsu. Don't get me wrong, I love my 3 mil death rattles. I love hitting things upside the head for like 7 million with the awakening. But I don't know, I feel like long term taijutsu is probably just gonna be, taijutsu could be less rage inducing, especially because like I'll have a slow class, right? I'll be playing a destroyer who, while he feels, you know, better because he's because, you know, he got the changes, so that way he doesn't have to like guess what his cores are going to be now when he hits a button. I still think that he's still going to be pretty slow, right? His abilities still take a bit to like get off. So it's just like it's just, you know, I think that might just be the other thing. Like I'm gonna have a slow class, and even the Berserker also plays pretty slow, so I think I might just do change her to taijutsu so that she can get, just so that she can get the just to have a change of pace, because I'll have like 2 slow classes. Granted, glaivier is also, like, from what I've seen for glaiviers, they play at like 1,000 miles an hour, so I don't know. Oh, I didn't crit. I have so little crit. There we go. Let's still get it off before he... Okay. Didn't get the crit though, so... Yeah. I kind of guessed he was going to do the charge. Hit him in the face. Well, in the butt. The extra crit guy. Couldn't get that last death rattle off. I wanted to get it with the buff up, so to try to get some chunky damage, but I think I might have lost to the, or tied with the death blade again. These gosh darn death blades. Oh, no. Oop. Where I should be. I don't know, that last death blade, she was just really good. What is this one running? Oh, okay, that's why. The other one had 2 level 3 engravings with level 2 surge, which would be pretty hard for me to keep up, especially considering I just have, like, I have 2 level 3 engravings, but I don't have my cursed doll engraving, which I want to get. I really want to get, but I should get, to be honest, I should probably be trying to get some shock training, but like I wanted to get 3/3, like, you know, 3x3, like 3 level 3 engravings before, but like I don't know if I'll be able to do it. I don't even know where I put that rock, to be honest. Also because I'm kind of being, I'm just gonna start doing my tripods, like just saving them up for the Dragon's Advent stuff. Like I'm just gonna start saving up trying to like get tripods for taijutsu, because usually I just take that anyway. What truth. Like violent advance. And cannon blows, this. Judgment, you only take the amplified damage on it anyway. That's what you use on that. That's what you use on this. I think that's everything, yeah? Oh no, this one, any counter effect. Just in case. Yep. I'll save it. Oh. My stuff should be expiring soon. Which some of it I can like at least keep. Like this. Yeah, I can keep that. Yeah, I'll be able to keep these too. What do we got here? Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't look like any of those to sell. Hopefully we can get some legendary tripod armors today to get those rolling. So that way, alright, yeah, we got 9. So that way we can get, we can maybe make a little bit of money. Also wouldn't mind a cursed doll adrenaline rock dropping, like, at all. Like if that could drop, that'd be nice. I need to check because I think it's in my, I think I have it in here. Fuck. I really want to be able to move that button. I'm so fucking sick and tired of it. I'm so sick and tired of it. Fucking do this shit again. Like why? Just is it too much to ask for a you know, to be like, are you sure you want to sort your inventory? Like, is it too much to ask? Select and attain. Which one of these is? This is that's such a garbage fucking engraving patch. A chance to obtain, like, why? Just why? Give me a vendor that I can trade like 20 of these in for like 5 of like the select ones, and I'd be happy. Respect. That goes here. Let's see another one. Like, why? Just why? The Awakening. Or that's the class stuff. Put the reporters back in the corner where they belong. Level 30. That's what this is. Like, this is ready for Hammer of Wrath. Like, I have Hammer of Wrath, and then I have enough to go for Hammer of Wrath, and then I also have enough to go for the glaivier, so that both the glaivier and the destroyer will at least have one of their class engravings at purple, without having to spend any moolah. I hate having to like reorganize this every fucking time I hit that button. I need to do it. I need to remember to just do the alt left click thing, so that way I don't have to worry about it. I don't think I need this anymore. That's the ship stuff. Ship stuff. Put that like that. My powder is saved. I'll just put it here. I'll put this there. And yeah, that looks more or less where it was at. At least looks good enough. Yeah, alright, so this stone. Put there. I do have a supercharged stone. Why do I have this? Why did I say this? I need to dismantle that. That's a shit stone. I also have a Master Brawler Grudge stone. This stone is probably gonna go for a decent amount, I think. For Destroyer with how popular it'll be. So I think I might try to sell it. Because like we still won't have not this. Like the relic stones won't. There's not gonna be a big supply of like relic stuff, right? So, ability stones. It was legendary. That's tier 3. Engraving effect. Engraving effect. What was it? Grudge and Master Brawler. Grudge. I mean, if it goes for a decent amount now, I'll sell it now. Like Master Brawler. There are people trying, like, selling it for. Why would you do this? Like, this should be worth more, personally, in my opinion. Grudge Master Brawler, like, maybe I should buy some now. Cause like, oh, I guess you could do like Grudge Cursed Doll, probably be a better stone. Probably. I don't know. I don't think it should be that cheap, personally, but I also don't feel like. There's no point in buying. Well, actually, no, I can't buy them now. There's no point in buying them now because they're untradeable, right? Ability stones are untradeable once you purchase them, which again, kind of garners the question why they have a pay-on cost attached. Since apparently the reason that pay-ons exist is to make it so like market manipulation isn't really like a thing. But then that would then beg the question, why is there pounds on on ability stones, since you can't really flip ability stones? but they have their reasons, and it's kind of just is what it is. I won't even pretend to know, like, to be like, oh, I know the real way Payon should be used and stuff like that. So it's whatever. It exists. It's just a system we gotta work around. All right, we're probably gonna get like a shit ton of fucking like a shit ton of like, yeah, fucking tripod shit in this one, just because like. Just because I have so many tripods now I'm looking out for. Try to just save up for, in case I decide to swap to Taijutsu. To be honest, I probably won't be too, depending on like what I get, like I might not, what's the word I'm looking for? Like I'm not gonna be like, oh, I need to save every little piece of like, Taijutsu gear for blah, blah, blah. You know, I'm trying to see if I can get some like any pieces of gear that have 2 +2s or a +2 and a +3 for what I'm looking for. You bitch. So, I mean, I'll keep like whatever I can, and I'll start building as I go, but you know, if I get something good, and if it looks like it'll sell, I'll also probably just sell it. I will never say no to more gold. Is he just gonna be who I get today? For my like room 2 boss, because he's the only boss I got for room 2 on the Berserker. No, I guess the Deadeye got different ones, but still, I still find it funny. Also, did I run? No, yeah, I'm pretty sure I ran both on the Deadeye. I'll double check later. I don't remember how close he was to being done with the weekly. Oh, shit. Legendary ring. 80, good, decent quality, We'll see how let's see if it has anything usable on it, though. 'Cause, I mean, we're halfway there, though. An 80 quality ring, legendary, that could sell. That could sell for pretty good, depending on what's on it. I'm hoping for something at least sellable. Like, it doesn't have to be like, ah, this thing's gonna make me like 1,000,000 gold or some shit like that, but I'm hoping it'll at least, like, sell. That's always what we hope for. We hope for things that at least be like people will buy it, and then if people will buy it for a high price, that's like an added bonus. But as long as people will buy it, we can keep an income rolling, an extra income rolling. Man, I think that like with the attack speed, like I think True Rising Fist almost like bugs out the game. I have to be a little careful how I kill things here, because I almost have enough to spawn a thing, but if I also kill too much, I won't just complete the dungeon. Can I? Nope. I was trying to see if I could just shave off around the edges to see if I can like kill 1 or 2 to then be able to still get the elite to spawn, but nope. You killed a little bit too much stuff in the other stuff. In the other rooms. We're so close yet so far from glaivier. Tomorrow we got one more day of. I should have been going and done the. Well, no, I would. I'm probably gonna do Moke off stream because like I don't think anybody wants to watch me sit there for like 20 minutes before it spawns to get to get a kill. Because you really have to go really early to Moke. Because it fills up quick. Because there's more and more people getting high enough where they can at least contribute some damage to Moke. So more and more people are doing it. And everybody wants some Omnium stars to get them wealth runes. Bye. Wait, how much? Yeah, 6 out of 5. Which makes me think if... So I'm kind of like looking at it, right? Because we know Fierce Tiger Strike is getting a... like damage nuke buff instead of where... Because like right now, the way it works is Fierce Tiger Strike, depending on how many targets you hit, it gives you a stacking attack buff. Which caps out at 5, right? So I think it'll be. Does it tell me what the stack out is? Yeah, 68%. Well, 62% is the highest it'll give me. Actually, I don't even know if it can give you that because like I've only ever seen it get to 5 stacks. And 5 stacks would only get you to... Oh no, yeah, that'll get you 62%. Alright, I can't fucking math. So 5 stacks. So if the other version, so like Rough Smash in the PTR, is in a state where it makes Rough Smash deal more damage up to 300% at level 1, depending on how many targets you hit. That means it'll gain like a 60% damage boost, like just off the pack. Which is why I'm saying like Fierce Tiger Strike is probably going to be pretty strong for Taijutsu with that change. Because you take this, you can take weak detection, point detection, and then you can take Rough Smash, and that's like 110% damage on Fierce Tiger Strike. Like, and then you combine that with the Taijutsu buff, where at level 3 you're having 35%. Like. That's a lot. Like that'll be, and mind you, that's on a 8-second cooldown, right? Like, cause some people be like, well, I mean, you know, it's just you need 2 tripods for like 110%, blah, 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 for like hitting a boss, right? Bro, that's an 8-second cooldown. An 8-second nuke that you know you can buff by 110% guaranteed every time at level 1 tripods. Like, that's kind of a no-brainer on a build that buffs damage for that ability type, right? So but yeah, I think I might go back to, I might try, I don't know, I think I might just want to keep like a Taijutsu build just for like fights that are kind of a pain in the ass to do shock training in. Because technically it's not even worth to do shock right now because you just don't get it, you don't have enough specialization to out damage like if you take a competent shock training scrapper and you take a competent Taijutsu scrapper, and the current level of stats that we can get, they should be just about the same amount of DPS. Because like a lot of specialization classes really scale really hard with specialization, and you know when we get relic accessories, that's when we can start getting to like, what is it? I think it's like 1800 spec or something like that. Like it's a lot of spec. Cause like right now I'm at like 1383 spec, and like I'm pulling, how much was it? Like my death rattle was critting Egrexion for like 3 mil, or something like that. So stack on another like 500 spec, and that's probably going to be like really fucking high. And that's without considering like engravings. So, I mean, granted, that's the other thing. I don't have all my engravings either. If I had back attack, like I need to get master. Like if I had master of ambush, like it'd be pretty good. But I don't. Like I want to build for Cursed Doll before building for master of ambush. I think because I'm trying to get Cursed Doll and Adrenaline before getting the Vaulted, but then I'm also trying to after that to get for Vault in hard mode in the future past that, because for Vault in hard mode I think you need like 4x3s instead, or else you kind of really suffer on the damage side of things. That's really where you kind of want to like make your stuff. All right, this and this and this. All right, this. So we got a couple things in here. We got a rock, all out attack, explosive expert, useless. We're gonna start with the purples before I go to the legendary accessories and cry from how shitty they are. Nothing usable there. Nothing usable yet. Nothing usable. Well, nothing sellable. Not sellable. Nope. Really shit quality. That was like, oh man, I could have potentially tried to sell this like for like maybe 50 gold if it wasn't like 9 quality. Power strike. No. Could have been good to sell like when glaivier launches, but shit quality. When it's yeah, cause swiftness, cause you go spec swift. No. Crit endurance, no. Crit, no. Nope. Doesn't look like we're gonna get anything to sell this time around, or at least try to sell this time around. The last couple of times I tried selling stuff hasn't really sold. 28 spec, crushing fist, master of mastery, no. Crit, master of escape, necromancy. Unfortunately, no. And spec, broken, no. Unfortunate. I think I might keep, but I don't think that one's, no. Not better quality than mine. 80. I think it might be better quality than the rings I have for taijutsu. And then we have 3 things with tripods. Let's see what it all has. What does this have? Advanced enhancement, taijutsu, berserk, taijutsu, explosion, taijutsu. I think I have level 3s of those already though. Saved in the I don't know why I keep doing that by default. Saved in the thing. Saved in my inventory. I'm gonna go take a peek. See what's in my inventory. Oh. You could do this. Interesting. Inventory. What's over here? They have red explosion there. Capture opportunity there. Hold up. Let me just do that there. Do that there. Do that there. Save all this shit down the line. And then because you do this, and I go to transfer, and then this is the only thing. So there we go. Advance, advance, transfer, and fill. Yep, that happens. All right, so now we go back to inventory. And since it failed, I don't have to apply that. And basically, this is how you can keep 2 tripod builds going. Is you use your 2 tabs. You just have to kind of make extra sure which tab you're on before you start swapping things back and forth. So that way you don't accidentally overwrite something and then you kind of just fuck yourself out of a bunch of gold. I need to check my Coco Boy. Right, every class that I own will be using a Veritas pet that can, you know. So anything that uses specialization will be having it. Gear. Alright, so that doesn't matter because I have 3 here. There's a little bit of swiftness there, crit there, crit. I can get rid of that. And we put that there. We save it, and we're good to go. Okay. What accessories can I choose? I kind of want to get cursed. Let me see. I need to see if I can get a decent quality crit spec cursed doll necklace. Necklace. Legendary. Tier 3. 80 or above. Combat stats. Engravings. We want crit. We want spec. We want cursed doll. I probably should have specified 3 on cursed doll. No cursed doll. What's 300 gold? Time's left on it? 11 hours. Yeah, you see, the fact that this is a crit spec with taijutsu on it, that's not gonna even I'm not gonna buy that. Like, I might buy this one. I don't give a shit that it has blessed aura. It's 50 gold. How much peons does it cost? 15. See, that's the problem though. 15 fucking peons. Let's see if we can get epic. Those 15 peons hurt. Because I've been using peons quite a bit recently. I'm down to 416. So, I kind of need to work around it. Because this... 9 peons. It's almost like 7 less. Granted, I do lose a lot of spec going down. Well, a lot of stats, right? We might just have to foot the peon cost. What if I change this to like back training 3? How cheap can we get this? Oh, these actually go for a lot. Well, for more. Not a lot, but it goes for more than what I was looking at. Because the point is that I only really need 2 shock training plus 3 accessories. And I have like 4 of them. This is nice. Never mind, I have 2 of them. I have 3 of them. Yes, I have 1 more than I need. So, and I have a high enough adrenaline with just the rock, because I'm pretty sure the rock in my storage is a let me close all these menus anyway. Is 6-4? Yeah, 6-4. So I should have saved that as a preset. All right, so let's switch it around. Let's go for the rings. Let's look for decent quality legendary ring with specialization and cursed doll. That's kind of what we're gonna look for. Specialization, cursed doll, cursed doll, cursed doll. 40 gold for Cursed All Alone Night. Fuck. Like. Earring? Are you? I think that's one of the changes coming, where the fact that I have to like reapply everything just because I changed one thing up here, like, I really hope that's getting changed in the auction house update we're supposed to be getting. Because like it's like it's different sections, right? So just like unless it, you know, like for instance, you see how this section deactivates when you're doing accessories. Unless it deactivates the section, just leave the shit alone. I'm not touching it. I'll go back to rings. I have good earrings. That's engraving, specialization. First doll level 3. Save. Ring. Okay. Search. We're gonna look at time left. 20 minutes, 200. What's on this? Yeah, not that. I mean, granted, nobody's bid on it, but 99 is too much. Is this the actual? Wow. What is this? Stabilized status cursed doll. Interesting. Oh, well, it's also 96 quality. Drop the quality a little bit. Let's put it to like 60. See, because this is kind of what I'm talking about. Like, this is having a guaranteed, class engravings on shit isn't really, is a double-edged sword, in my opinion. That's actually, oh, it's also specialization. I want this. This level 3 cursed doll. Because the point is I need two. I need two accessories that have spec cursed doll on it. So that way I can at least get level 2 cursed doll going. Oh wow. Yeah, no, it's not exactly the most exciting thing to watch, but this is a necessary step for getting shit that you need. Is there any, like, first doll shop training? Oh, shit. Let's go for that. Fuck that noise. I think I'm gonna bid for this one. It's gonna look weird to have, like, +3 mayhem as a scrapper, but you gotta do what you gotta do. I'm gonna bid 22 gold. And then I'll find out by the end of the stream if I get it or not. I'm trying to just see if there's like anything else. Ooh. This was just put too. Oh, I completely forgot about putting that. Yeah, if I was this, yes, I think I'll wait till like later today, or no, tomorrow morning. I think when this expires. I think I'll probably look at this later today if nobody's like put an offer on it, I'll probably put an offer on it so that way I can at least run level 2 cursed doll. Because the point is in the end I'd actually need like I would need to have like the necklace to be to have level 3 on it. Because the only way I'm gonna be able to get like 3x3 is by having 2 shock training +3s and then 3 cursed doll +3s. Now the question is, because this is where I was like, I think I'm gonna regret using those purple books on adrenaline. Like I should have used it on cursed doll now that I think about it, because I could probably get cheaper adrenaline stuff. Maybe not. These are actually going for a lot. No, maybe not. Maybe not. These are actually going for a bit more than the cursed doll stuff. Yeah, at least on the cursed doll stuff I can find like double-digit prices on this. Here's a couple here. Yeah, like, so now maybe cursed doll was the play, because I know a lot of people like using adrenaline right now. Like that. How are we looking for these? I need to finish at least those on my alts to kind of like get that done. What am I doing? Alt J. Back to finish all these. We actually kind of like sped through all of our dailies today. A lot faster than I was expecting. We're gonna do our rapport rotation real quick. We have a new one now because we have Artesian Year in Lutera, and then we have the Ghost Chick in Anika. That way we can start trying to work our way towards Ignia tokens. Anika, the reason I started with Anika and not like Rithramis or Eudia is specifically because I already have one NPC out of the 3 for Anika at Trusted. So starting with Rithramis or Eudia would be the same thing as just going for Anika, because it would be 2 rapports from scratch to Trusted. So I went to Anika specifically because I have more stuff done for Anika. I think the only thing I have to do for Anika's is, on you, my friend. What is it? I think Chaotic Cho? These are 78%. Yeah, I need to kill Chaotic Cho, and then I need to get collectibles. That means I need to go kill Chaotic Cho today after I kill Moke. So that way I can get that. I think that'll get me to like the 80%. I get the last 10% with like collectibles and shit. And but I'll worry about that once I get whatchamacallit. Once I get the trusted, like more of the trusted stuff done. So that way it'll be a little easier. Even that's not gonna make much difference because I've already done all the like extra shit. I don't have any purple gifts, do I? I do not. Because he is close. Pet function. Thank you. Oh, I should have. I need to move this shit over that I can move. I brought you a gift. Nice. King of the Seas. Blood Claw. I wonder if we'll get to meet Blood Claw, because I don't think even in the Korean
I guess it's about time for me to
stuff,
receive the news about Karkon.
even in the Korean client, I don't think they've seen Blood Claw. Or have had any confirmation whether he's actually like alive or dead. But it is a bit mysterious how he happens to disappear around the time that all this shit's going on. Which would beg the question of, is he involved with like one of the factions? We don't know. I'm actually kind of curious if it'll end up that that Blood Claw is like a remnant of the Halls, whatever you want to call them, the HAAL, like the people that apparently Regulus like committed like genocide because they tried to like take over the world using the arcs the first time a long time ago. Supposedly they're all dead, but you know, it's a stereotypical thing of, it could be the stereotypical thing of like, oh, they were all wiped out, and there's like a, you know, a group of them that survived because they just happened to be like in a different area or something. I have a feeling that the Hall will make like a resurgence in the story. Oh shit, he moved. Where are you? Come on. Come on. Oh, I was just barely off. If I just angled that a little bit, like more that away, I would have gotten the stuff. I would have hit him upside the head with that lantern, baby. So the but yeah, so 2 days left. Then we get South Vern, and we get glaivier, plus what seems to be the Arc Pass, which will be pretty interesting. So I can get the Veritas Pit, which I wanted. I don't know if we'll get like the Pent Wrench system or anything like that, because the Pet Wrench gives us some freebie ways to farm cosmetics, which would be nice. There's a cute little hoodie I kind of want to get from there. It has like wings on it. I think it also has like a little tail, like a little weird tail, because it's supposed to be like the Arctus or whatever the name of that like winged cat is. Hoodie kind of thing. So we will see how that stuff goes. Yeah, we still got plenty of time for Mo or no, because I'm not gonna do Moke on stream. Oh no, I could because I still need to do mining. I might just go do the guild mining quest on while I wait for Moke, and like we'll head over to Moke's in like 20 minutes just to kind of do it. I still need to see what adventure island we're gonna do for the day. I still haven't checked that out, but I should have time to at the very least do the chaos dungeons on the striker to get that done. I need to do infinite chaos, which I'll probably do some like after Moke while we're waiting for the adventure island, because I need to farm up enough tier 2 infinite chaos currency to be able to buy all the leap stones also. What do we got? Drumbeat, Mushroom, Harmony. Alright, cool. We're doing Harmony. Harmony. Luckily, all I'm like the only thing I don't have, like I got the song for Harmony a while back. So to be honest, I'm just waiting for the eventuality of getting the island soul from that to try to make my way to get the wave dance. But you know, it's also no big. I kind of already gotten all the guaranteed island souls we can get so far from just doing content. So the only other guaranteed island souls that I have left are like require rapport, right? So like Nineveh, Zinnervale, Black Fang, like those types of island characters, a lot of times their island soul is attached to their rapport getting to trusted. So Calvasas we got to friendly today. So I think like maybe another week or two, we should be able to get him to trusted. So that way we can get his, not only his what's the term? Like bar. His Giant's Heart, but Calvasas is a really good one to gotta just get out of the way because it gives you a masterpiece of Giant's Heart and the Island Soul at trusted. So he's just a really good one to get done for collections. I think once I'm done with Calvasas, I think I might go back to doing Black Fang with his. Mostly because like it's either that or I'll go do whatchamacallit. Like I'll do the the 2 NPCs in Anika that I'm missing, right? But it'll be a while before I get that done. And even then, by the time I get that done, I might get the ghost chick who I'm working on done also, because I think hers should be faster than Calvasas. And then and that way I'll have, you know, to free up a couple extra rapport stuff. So but I'll do that.
Have any letters to send?
When I finish her, I'll probably just move hers over to the other guy for Anika to try to get that done. I kind of want to do Black Fang just because she's also another island soul. And then I'm working on a Neva. Mari's I've heard takes a long time to get. Mari's report is pretty slow. So I don't know. I think I might just skip hers in general. I'm also just waiting for just passively building up. Yeah, as you can see, I only have 5 and like I only have 2 left, so I'm missing Moke's and then Neo's report skip. I'm gonna wait to see. So like the Phaeton Power Pass is also kind of nice because if you haven't done like all the quests, all the side quests in Phaeton, like all the yellow ones, like I haven't, like I've just been ignoring those. Speaking of, oh, it's in Phaeton. I forgot I had to do the follow up for that quest for the cake thing. The whatchamacallit? The Phaeton Power Pass should auto-complete all those side quests and give you all of those virtues. So if you have pretty high virtues without having done all of the like Phaeton side quest, you should get a nice little bump in virtue level when you use that Phaeton power pass. Also Yorn, actually not just Phaeton, but also Yorn. Because like for instance, I haven't done all the like individual side quests for like Phaeton and Yorn, so there's probably a lot of like virtue there that, you know, we're gonna get like specifically from getting the power pass done, because that's how I got a big bulk of virtues. Was I did the power pass to Vern, like I did one of them to Vern, and then it gave me, since it auto completes the side quest, well, you don't get the physical rewards, it at least gives you the virtues. And I went from having like maybe like some pretty low virtues, like, you know, I had some that were barely 100, but all of a sudden I had a bunch that were like 200s and like, or close to 200 and stuff like that. Like, so I imagine with Yorn and Phaeton with the power pass, it'll probably give a nice chunk. So, which should be able to, which means I might be able to start on the Nia rapport without having to worry about getting like virtue blocked. Because the issue with Nia's rapport is that it has very high virtue requirements. Same thing with Nineveh. Nineveh also has some pretty high ones. But as you can see, like, I have one that's 300. Granted, that's also from costumes. So like I unequip these, it'll be backed out. Like I have,
Forget it. No deal.
15, 30. Like I have 45, so this would drop down to like 260 if I take it off.
Discount for the tournament.
And even then, and then I have like wisdom plus 10. But I'm hoping that maybe that power pass will give us like a shit ton of well, I guess we'll like bump my stuff up to like the 300s. So that way I'll be pretty solid for virtues to hopefully do like Nia. Because to be honest, the only reason I'm not doing Nia right now because I don't have enough of the gifts to do the skip. Because I know I don't have high enough virtues. Because she has virtue walls. Her virtue walls are like 300 and up. And she has some pretty high ones. So I haven't started on her because I don't have enough to do the skip. So I'm kind of just waiting to get stuff done. I think my stuff's starting to expire. Yep. My stuff is starting to expire. Yep. I'm just gonna dismantle all this stuff that I have. But all the stuff I tried to sell recently, well, all the stuff that's gonna expire today, I've been trying to sell a couple times already, and they haven't sold, so I'm just going to save myself the effort and just dismantle. Yeah, that's better. I can get a little extra materials, so it's all good. Sasha is definitely gonna be slow going because I only do 2 songs for her. She's a 2-song, 2 emote NPC, and I only do 2 songs with her every day. Granted, the 2 songs at least are like the highest, like, you know, it gives the most amount of points. Like the 2 songs are the highest point giving things for her anyway, so it's not that big of a loss in the grand scheme of things, but it's still slow going. It'll still take a while. Run, 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 runny, runny, run, run. Badoo. Really slow going today with the loading, huh? Oh, they're no longer doing the, Oh, right, I forgot. Shit. I forgot that I had a rapport quest with Sasha going. Shit. I'm just gonna go back to Phaeton then to pick up that one quest, because I think that one quest takes me to Tortoik this time around. So I'm just gonna go back to get it. Let me just double check that it is. Then Kalaja? The continuation? Yeah, it is. I guess that's the reason I kind of missed it, because I think I was expecting to see it by the harbor. Oh shit. Hello, good sir. I think yours, it's kind of expensive though, isn't it? Oh no. This thing is what I need. Sick. I'll come back, because I have to come back anyway for Sasha. Alright, so we're gonna go to Phaeton. We're gonna grab the quest from Phaeton that we forgot to grab on the way out. And then we'll run around. I was thinking about it, you know, maybe we would have enough time before Moke, but it looks like all this running around kind of was gonna eat up what little time I would have had for Chaos Dungeons. Because again, for Moke, I have to be there in like 10 minutes. So I'm gonna try to like, I'm gonna at least try to pick up the quest, and then I'm gonna see if we can get to like Sasha's Revelry Row. Probably not. In time. And then we're gonna go over to Moke, and I'm just gonna do like mining runs, so that way I can get the guild weekly done on this character. For mining, because I haven't done that at all. And I need to get the hunting one done. But I ran out of like energy yesterday. Because I've been doing a lot of fishing, hunting, and mining recently. Hunting and mining for the, well, mining specifically for the guild weekly, and then fishing and hunting for fusion materials. Fishing predominantly just tier 2 fishing, because tier 2 hunt routes, like I don't think there's any like really nice one that's like devoid of mobs. There's both Kalaja and Yorn, like a lot of their stuff just has a bunch of mobs everywhere. While Punica, you know, you have Star Sands Beach, which as long as the meat from that stuff is what you need for fusion materials going forward, the Star Sand Beach is gonna be the place to be. It's gonna be the place to be. Yeah, I think to be safe, I'm just gonna head over to Punica after getting this quest, because I really don't want to miss Moke. I just want to get Moke done and over with. Who knows? Maybe today is the day. Maybe we can finally get the Omnium Star, and then I can just say fuck you, Moke, and then go back to doing Briolis for his Island Soul. His Island Soul on the Bleed Rune. Let's roll, baby. Oh, I still need I still haven't even finished. Still haven't finished my Uno daily tasks. Like, I've just been so autopiloting to other shit that I'm like, I'm done with that stuff. And then I look over and there's a green text on my quest log, and I'm like, shit. A shiitake mushroom. I think I might do a little bit of PvP before the adventure. Oh, do we not actually go to Toy Toy? Hard spot. Oh, we asked them to make a cake, and so they made this tiny little, it's basically a cupcake. You got this, Levi. Don't worry about it. Levi, Levy, whatever you want to call yourself. Gotta believe. Granted, I say this, but then again, delay in Armin's shit happened. So there's that. That was Juretico. Okay. Let me do my thing. I'm trying to speedrun this last bit so I can still make it to Moke in time to at least get into a decently filled map channel. Because a lot of times, if you aren't at least in the first 2 or 3 channels, like the other channels, even if there's enough people in them to do Moke, they just stand around by the tripod and be like, taxi! Taxi for Moke! It's like, oh, we just go do Moke. Like, that's an option. But, kind of just, I guess it's kind of just me. Even though, I mean, as time goes on, Moke is just gonna get easier and easier to do. Because we're gonna be, like, properly geared. Because I think a good chunk of people are starting to get, like, at least 1385, which means you aren't just getting straight one-shotted. Now you're just getting two-shotted by Moke. Stuff like that, so... Stop. So, his Moke, I think, is only 1402, if I'm mistaken, as his, like, item level thing. Or is he 1412? I don't remember. Come on, Caldor, be brave. Be a man. Historic moment. Oh my goodness. So much running around. So much running around. And even then, I think this is still a daily lockout, so I won't be able to get the skill potion until tomorrow. But, you know, it's still one of the shorter quest ones for getting the skill potion, because, like, in Sarah's, I think, took, like, 5 days. The Punica one, I think, took, like, 5 or 7 days. So this one only taking, like, 3 days is pretty good. But this also means that, like, both of the another stories for Phaeton give skill potions. That's probably kind of a big thing, because like Kinsera's is one that gives a skill potion, and that's the one where no, I think I did that one for the. Does he give a skill potion? Actually, now I think about it, maybe he doesn't. Might have just been talking out of my ass with that one. I know you do it for the daily, and that's just good in general. Tika Tika Colony. Can we make it into... For some weird reason though, Tika Tika Colony, like for the last like week or so, hasn't had like a channel 1. It just has like channel 2. So I'm kind of curious how like channels work. Because generally you would think there would always be a channel 1. Like you would think that would be like the one channel that always exists. Oh hey look, we have it today. I also made it in just before it got packed. Look at this, look at this. It's not even 15 minutes. And it's already packed. It's already at red. This is how early you have to show up to Moke nowadays. Alright, so we're gonna run around. I'm gonna like just do some mining while we wait. So that way it's not just me standing there. I mean, we could probably also just keep doing the auction house checking thing. Because I definitely could still keep looking for like cursed doll accessories. But I need a necklace. I'm gonna need a necklace. So, but I'm gonna like try to see if the 2 rings I go for, if I can get those 2 rings, then I'll kind of try to see if I can get a necklace with cursed doll on it. Really? Y'all motherfuckers don't leash like at all? Oh no, I think those are the summon dudes. Yeah, because like the big guy, the big flower dude, sometimes like summons flowers that don't count for anything. Sorry, I had to blow my nose. I did some lawn work real quick before stream, and there's something in my yard that kind of like, I guess I have allergies towards. So every time I like mow the lawn, I get the sniffles. I get them there sniffles. Also, I kind of wish I could put like my hunting skill on a bar, on like one of these bars. That way I don't have to like swap between my fighting bar and my trade skill bar when I have shit around me that's pissing me off. I just want to kill it. Or at least we're almost done with. Well, we're a third of the way through. I also have to remember not just get wrapped up in doing this run and like just ignore Moke's existence. Alright, because as long as I'm here, I should definitely do Moke, but hopefully we can at least get this guild quest done before Moke spawns. If not, I'll still get it done like after Moke. Just I'd like to get it done like now, just all at once since we're here, just bonding, you and me, over mining. Do do do. I find it odd that like, so trees, flowers, and mining nodes all have like versions in the same area that you can't, like that you can and can't have and can't mine, right? So like I have silver ore, but I can't mine the strong coral ore because I don't have a high enough mining level. But like hunting and fishing don't have that, which I found interesting. Because my assumption had been that like everything has that, where there's just like certain levels of stuff that you just can't do. But it would appear that that's not the case. It would appear at least the static stuff mostly has is the one that has it, which I guess makes sense. For hunting, it definitely kind of doesn't make sense, because like I guess you could see if they could just make it where you could just throw your machete and then it doesn't hit, you know, it doesn't do anything to the actual like animal, and you could be like, all right, that's not one I can hunt yet. But I don't know, I just find it interesting how some stuff does and some stuff doesn't have the like different levels for materials. So 100 silver. Can indeed mine this. I'm glad every tick for mining also counts towards the quest. Could you imagine if like you had to do 90 nodes, not just like 90 like, you know, minings, but like you literally had to do like 100, like, because since every node breaks twice, right? So you'd have to literally do 180 like mines for the quest if like it didn't like count per actual harvest. That's kind of nice. And I definitely know like some people would be like, well, obviously. I'm like, no, not well, obviously. There's definitely plenty of games out there, MMOs or otherwise, where it would have been like, no, you have to do like 90 ore. Like you have to mine 90 whole nodes, not like just a couple. So it's cool to see. I'm just saying, it's a nice touch. Yeah, no, this is. I don't know where all the the ores spawn here, so it's kind of I don't really have a good rotation. Like I also don't know what's a good spot here to just keep rotating. Because like in some of the other maps, at least, like you can find a nice little rotation of spots where AFK, you might, where by the time you do a rotation where by the time one respawns, you've rotated back to it and you just keep looping over and over again. I don't think that's I don't think here there's a spot like that, especially not during boss, map boss time, because everybody and their mothers is here. Because you have to be here so early. Again, I was here 16 minutes early. Like if I had waited any more on that quest, I wouldn't have made it into this channel, this first channel. I would have been able to make it into the second channel, which they're both full now. Mind you, there's still 9 minutes left till Moke spawns, which it's not even just 9 minutes, right? It's technically 12 minutes because 9 minutes till the event starts and then another 3 minutes until the boss actually spawns. So 12 minutes, right? You have to be here. I'm here 12 minutes before Moke, and it's the first 2 channels are already packed. You know they're red. You can probably still taxi some people in, but you can't you yourself you won't be able to slip into these channels, and that's insane, crazy. Well, it's not crazy, it's funny, but it kind of makes it hard to be hey, I'm gonna go do Moke on stream, because you have to be here so early that you kind of you have nothing else to do, and mining isn't exactly the most exciting thing. And it's not like I could PvP either, because if I get, if you're instanced out, when you come back in, you'll be back in a different channel. So it's kind of just you just kind of gotta put up with it. Also, harvesting is probably the one thing that I use the most amount of potions on. I probably use a decent chunk of potions on in the chaos dungeons. I use I probably use 3 to 5 when I run through it. While when I'm harvesting though, Jesus, I go through so much. I know there was one here that was silver. Last over before I came. Alright, there's one that's silver in there. That's the other issue. I wish on the nodes, themselves, the actual node icon, that's one change I would ask for maybe in the future, a quality of life thing, where the node itself is I hope it's a different color. You don't have to color code it, right? Where it's oh, these, the corals are going to be pink icons and these are going to be silver, and these, no, just if it's level 30, make it this color. If it's not level 30, don't make it that color. Make it the normal color, the gray color. These are all my stuff expiring. So it's just that's a change. That's a quality of life change I hope down the line we can get. Oh my god, I accidentally hit. Fuck. I was trying to hit escape and I accidentally fat fingered my one, so I drank one of my potions. Sucks. I don't care for level 1, to be honest. Especially not level 1 quick prep. I'm surprised the shaking ground one didn't sell. But that's kind of one of our big DPS tripods as a shock training. 2-6. Oh shit. Again, 7 minutes early. 3 channels full. It's fucking insane, dude. Fucking insane. Here's hoping that maybe today is the day, right? We're hoping that today we can get Moke's Omnium Star, and then we can say goodbye to Moke. Forever. Well, until I decide to do the cooking. Because for the cooking you need an item from ingredient from Moke. I think you need 12. from Moke, actually. Are there any nodes over here? If I'm mistaken, it's like, what is it? This one, the steamed papu crab? I think you need a bunch. And it only drops from Moke. And it has a pretty low drop rate. Which means that, you know, for now I'll be like, when I get the Omnium Star for a little bit, I'll be like, fuck you, Moke, I'm out. But Moke's like, you always gotta come back if you want that Ignia token, baby. And you're just gonna be like, you dirty fucking lizard. I'm gonna wait till like the 59 before I come back. I can mine a couple more. Because we still have like the 3 minutes. That's the thing, right? You have like the actual spawn timer for like when the quote-unquote co-op event starts, and then you have like the actual spawn timer, which is 3 minutes after that. Silver. Let me just keep going. I don't know if I have like. I think I might have enough energy. If not, I'll just pop some of those like green juice potions. I'll at least stay in this area. I won't go too far while I'm trying to like get some nodes. Oh, is there silver in there? Yes there is. There be silver in these mines. There be gold on this land. I think that's the phrase or something from an old like Western movie I watched when I was a kid. Ah, I was so close to getting melted. Alright. Fuck all of you. There we go. Still got it. Get fucked. Alright, we'll go over and park with the party and with the rest of the group. Hold hands, sing kumbaya. Oh yeah. So now we sit here. Luckily we got a party. We also got a bard. So hopefully, I mean, I'm still gonna die because like I'm 1385. It is what it is. 1385. Moke is 1415. Sorry, I thought it was like 1402 for some weird reason. He's 14 motherfucking 15. You gonna whoop that ass, boy. You gonna whoop that ass. I'm like 30 levels too low. Yes. Oh. I was like, oh, that looks kind of cool. And then I realized, like, I thought, like, that was like, I didn't realize that was like a gunslinger standing inside of a paladin's model. I thought it was like the paladin made like some sort of cool like mix and match between like set stuff, and I just realized now he's just using his like platinum founders pack with the like or the platinum armor with whatchamacallit, with the sword, the tier 3 sword. I kind of wish that like skins weren't just like chest and pants, right? So like, you know, like our armors, you have shoulder, gloves, chest, or the upper body visuals, and helmet, you know. But for skins, you only have the helmet, the chest, the helmet, the pants, which the pants were like the pants for armor, because, you know, we don't have boots in this game. It's just pants and as the whole one piece. But then it's like, but the chest piece for skins is chest, gloves, and shoulders, like all it rolled into one. And I'm like, man, I kind of wish they were like split like the armor stuff, but it is what it is. I feel like it's probably easier in the long run, right? Because at least, because like then you'd have to be like, well, do we give them 1% main stat on 6 whole pieces? Like, because that's a lot, right? That's a lot of stats, main stat. Alright, Moke. Nothing like minute and a half, maybe like 2 minutes. A minute. Exciting content, people. Yep, I'm hoping I just get. I'm hoping I just get whatchamacallit. I hope I can just get the Omnium Star so I can just be like, I'm out. Peace. Fuck this bitch. I'll come back later. Come back at 14:50. Because again, you'll still need the Pabu crab or whatever that he drops. So unless you get really lucky and you get like the Omnium Star and the Pabu crab like on the same point, and even then I still I'm saying, like I was saying, I think you need multiple of the crabs anyway. It'll still be pretty rough. Oh my god. There are so many people here that like, oh shit. Like, my game stuttered. It's been a long time since I've seen that. Death Rattle got blocked. I am depressed now. Just kill me, Mug. Just get it over with. Just kill me. Like, I am a depresso espresso having my oh shit, there we go. Having gotten my having Death Rattle get blocked is like an easy recipe for depression. As oh my god, like I can't see him at all. There's so many people here. He's not like, I don't even know where he is. I'm just like throwing out abilities, hoping that in the same general direction as everybody else, and hoping like this hits. Because I don't know what's going on right now. Mark, where are you? I can't. Oh my god. It didn't even show me the. Oh, there he is. I found the moat. He really was a chameleon there for a second, right? Like I couldn't see shit. It was like, where you at, Moat? Oh shit, I'm a dead man. But if you close your eyes, I'm just gonna use my feather because like not being able to see him sucks. I just realized I'm also in the wrong build. I'm here in my Chaos Engine build. Oh well, that's a Moat. Not like you see an MVP screen anyway. Yay! Death Rattle hit. High five! Death Rattle high five! Also, another trick for Moke, if you don't know. Moke's feathers that drop around him, or not feathers, flowers that drop around him are how you deal with his like massive AoE move that he does that you can't really like avoid. So when he's in his fire mode, he'll spawn like he'll spawn when he's in fire mode, he'll spawn ice flowers that all you need to do is just go over and stand in. And then, you know, they'll give you a barrier that'll negate the damage. Well, I don't know if it fully negates the damage, but it gives you a barrier so it won't like eat your babies. And then when he's in ice mode, he'll spawn like fire flowers that you have to kill, and then I'm thinking those give like a zone that you won't have to worry about it. Nothing here. Expertise, domination. All right, we got that. And I don't think we got the star, but I couldn't tell. Nope, still at 4 out of 7. Unfortunate. Oh my god, did I cry? Which one's from Moke, I wonder? This one. This is the one from South Vern. Because South Vern's weekly dungeon adds another Omnium star we can get. And I think it's for a protection room. Again, don't quote me on that. Oh, what book did I get? Ooh! Like, I'm probably not gonna sell it, but it probably doesn't go for much anyway. Never mind, it goes for 28 gold. Selling it! That's not a book. That's not something I would use on a book slot, to be honest. Like, I have, like, green, where's Reverie Row closest to? I'm gonna go to Lutera just to avoid the mermaid, because like if you cut through the mermaid, it's closer through Vern, but if you go around the mermaid, so that way you don't run the risk of getting stopped when it procs, it takes about as much time as if you just went from Lutera. Man, 2 days. Well, day and a half, really, we're being technical, but 2 days. 2 days, and we get glaivier, then we get the Arc Pass, and we get all sorts of shit, all sorts of goodies. We get South Burn. And then for everybody else, they're gonna be like, oh, it's the best thing ever. And then for me, I'm gonna be like, where the fuck is my destroyer? I wonder if we'll see any changes to the Korean PTR. That's kind of what I'm curious about. Because I get the feeling that, like, so I think, like, I personally was kind of expecting a bit more changes, like a bit more quickly on the PTR for the Korean one. Like, I thought it would have been like, you know, every like 3 or 4 days we would have seen some changes if there were going to be changes, or at least been told something. Or maybe they have told us something. Again, I can't read Korean, so I wait till someone who can read Korean tells me that, hey, something's changed. So then I go look. But basically, I'm kind of just waiting for, I'm curious if on this reset, right, if we'll see some changes to, oh shit, nice. If we'll see some changes to the stuff. I personally don't think Surge Deathblade will go out the door, will go live with its current PTR version. It's mostly, and the reason I say this is specifically because the developer's note for Surge Deathblade was they obviously had to tone down the damage. Like, that's just a given. Surge Deathblade was like way too high on the damage. But they also wanted to make it to make it not so clunky-ish, I guess you could say. Like Surge Deathblade, the reason Surge Deathblade is so hard to play, especially at like higher levels, is it requires, you need to be able to time the boss. Like, you need to be like, all right, in 14 seconds, the boss is gonna be here, and I'm gonna be back here, and I'm gonna whatcha the fuck out of that dude to get the damage, right? It's really hard to do that when you don't have a lot of like experience on the fight in general. So it kind of like, you know, that's what makes Surge of Deathblade really hard to play at like higher, especially once we get into Legion raids, because those bosses move around a lot. So, and you want the back attack, so you get the crit, and then you want the surge and all that stuff. So, you know, that's what makes it hard. And interesting enough, from what I understand from people who actively play Surge and they main Surge, or they've played Surge to a very high level in like the Korean servers, is that the current change to the gauge gain has actually done the opposite. It's actually made the class even more obtrusive to play. It doesn't flow as nicely. You have even less options. You have even tighter windows to do your damage. So not only did they nerf the damage, they also just made the class harder to play, from what I understand, from what people are saying, like in an actual real environment of gameplay. Because that's the thing, right? You could, a training dummy will tell you nothing. Like, you can be like, oh, well, I can pull 2.6 billion damage on a training dummy, and then it's like, cool, but if you can't land a single one of those hits in like actual application, that doesn't mean shit, you know. So I think that might have been what happened with the change, with at least the gauge like changes. I think if anything, what they might just do is they might just revert the gauge change, because it's a bit too much from what I understand. Like, you don't get back a full gauge if you like, unless you go to full 20, and then like it's really hard to get to full 20, and then at full 20, like you start being really picky about what abilities you use once you're getting close to it, because you're like, oh shit, well I can't like just hit this ability because then I'll overcap on like stacks and all this other stuff.
What are you doing? We didn't come all the way here.
So
Stand around.
it's just like, oh, cutscene. He's in a boogie. But yeah, so, you know, I think Deathblade's definitely going to have some readjustments on the PTR. Deathblade's the only one that I am like, is the only one that I know who's going to be like, to the, Deathblade's the only one that I know that has like a change, like a state where it's like, hey, this is probably going to change kind of thing. Like, so I feel that, there might be some other adjustments, maybe. I don't know, like, again, Glaivier had some changes on the PTR, but I think that those changes aren't really going to be a big thing. I think if anything, they might adjust it some more, but from what I understand, from what I heard about the Glaivier changes, they don't really affect the overall plays of it too much.
I haven't had this much fun dancing in so long.
So it's just like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll probably hear something tomorrow pretty early on. Or yeah. Well, actually, no, not tomorrow. If anything, I think tomorrow. Sorry. My brain, fucking time zones, they fuck with my brain. Because like, so tomorrow is Korean reset because they're, 14 hours ahead of us. So it's just like, we'll see how things go. She just wants to dance. She just wants to dance. But so we'll see if there's any changes tomorrow. I think that if they do changes, they'll do it tomorrow. They'll probably do it on their same like weekly patch update day kind of thing. Fucking I'm sorry, I lost my shit because fucking Sir Druden is here just fucking jamming. That's a fucking painting. Like, that's fucking that's amazing. He's here with his gals, the scroll maidens. He's like, come on girls, let's boogie. That cracks me. That's awesome. That's hilarious.
You're pretty good. Why didn't you want to dance?
Oh man. Is Black Fang here? Yeah. Yeah, it's the Black Fang table. We got Black Fang, we got Rosa, we got this one. Isn't this Eshu? No, I think that's someone else. I don't know who that is. Looking cute though. Alright, I think this is, I think we'll probably end up going back to Arthetine after this. So I'll go down to Lutera because I need to go to Udia for Cuvasses because we just got shit to do. Alright, so
Feels off some steam.
Wait, what?
Thank you.
Oh, son of a bitch. What's the cooldown on my hypnosis? Okay, I'm not gonna do that till later. I didn't realize that. I thought that quest, like, I saw Yudia's mercenary and I was like, alright, so we gotta go to Yudia, so I just left. But did not realize that I had to talk to someone before leaving. Before heading out. While we're just autopiloting, just again, I'm just gonna go to Mari's shop. I'm just gonna look at like the oldest pages and then buy whatever like small shards, like 10-pack that I can. This for the glaivier. We have 2 here. That's 25,000. I'll buy this. Get 3. And then I think, yeah, I think this one will still be in the shop by the time we get here. So that'll be good. I'll cover those 2. That way, that's what, 30 shards, 30 small life pouches. So that's like 15,000 right there. Pretty good, yes, me. Pretty good. That'll help kind of like do a nice bump. That'll be a nice little bump. Right, so these are the unbound ones. These are that gem. When I go to Arthentine, I gotta remember to go craft that and the cooking thing. Put these in my roster storage. I still, like, I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna have enough leap stones, even with the event and the vendors, but I think with having, if worst comes to worst, I'll just send my berserker and my well, I'll send the Deadeye and probably not the berserker. The berserker I'll probably keep his stuff for tier 3, but if worst comes to worst, I'll send the Deadeye down to like to Lava Chromanium to farm for extra tier 2 leap stones to kind of like just bump that progression. But I think with the arc pass, I probably shouldn't need to do that. So we will, like, we'll just gauge what we get, you know. They still haven't told us like a lot of like super specific stuff. Like the trailer just showed us most of what we knew and like a little bit of what we had questions about, of in like, you know, are we getting the arc pass, that kind of thing. But it still hasn't answered questions of like, you know, what is it only going to be the power pass with the glaivier, or is there going to be like a fast track kind of thing for that stuff? So we'll have to see. I feel like whatever glaivier comes out with, like how they handle her launch, will probably set the tone for future classes, at least especially for Destroyer, and probably whatever comes after Destroyer, like immediately after Destroyer. Again, I kind of always err on the side of like pessimism, I guess, when it comes to this kind of stuff. I guess like some people I've seen on some of like the Reddits, like more so Reddit or anything, I've seen people being like, oh, we'll definitely get like a Punica power pass like after Vaulton comes out. There's no guarantee for that, to be honest. There's absolutely zero guarantee that even after Vaulton gets released, they'll give us a Punica power pass. There's no guarantee. We can be hopeful. It makes more sense than not, but it's kind of just, you just kind of get what you get, right? So I'm hoping that I'm just hoping that we get extra stuff, and I hope they set a tone of, the tone I want to hear from them isn't necessarily like, oh, are we gonna get a Punica power pass? It's the tone I want them to set is that any new class that launches, regardless of whether we have a Phaeton or a Punica power pass, will be able to make it at least 2 Punica quest line in the first week, at least. Now, obviously, I would love for it to be like in the first couple days. I don't know if, obviously, I think you could probably, depending on how much support they give with events, you could probably get it done in the first couple days, especially if you've been just fully hard saving up for weeks and you've just been doing chaos gates tier 2 and saving up all those maps and stuff to get those tier 2 materials and stuff like that, you should definitely be able to do it in like the first couple of days. You should definitely be able to do it if you like, you know, if you're gonna swipity swipe, you know, if you're gonna be swiping with Swiper. So, but that's kind of like, that's kind of between you and your wallet, right? I'm not going to judge on that. But if you haven't done any prep whatsoever, you're probably not going to make it to tier 3 in the first week. I don't see them giving that much support, right? Because again, we lose most of the shard pouches from the events with Naruni Racing, because the Grand Prix holds the majority of them, right? You only get like 9 pouches compared to Naruni Racing. I think it's like 12 pouches that you get from Naruni Racing. Like, you get a lot from Naruni Racing. So, but again, my hope is I'm hoping that I can get glaivier into tier 3 and then high enough into tier 3 to use the books, because you have to remember the books expire, right? The first set of books expires in 2 days with glaivier. Like, you won't be able to use those on glaivier at all. And the second set of books expires with the 28th. So you really only have like a week. Like, you have less than a week to get glaivier to 1302 to start gearing her, or start honing, so you can start honing her so that she can use those books before they expire. So that'll take a bit. So it's just like, hopefully, that's why I'm hoping that whatever, like, maybe we'll get an extra event alongside the arc pass and the other one, like the fast track thing or whatever, to at least get the character like 1302, maybe 1310, 1325, so you can at least push them high enough so that they can do materials. Yeah, so that is my hope for that stuff. I'm gonna park the scrapper by Chaotic Cho so that she can later, it won't be at the end of stream, because at the end of stream we do Adventure Islands, which this week is Harmony, but this way I can come back later and do Cho probably at like 7 p.m. or something. Depending, because I think like my group is going to try to raid today too at like 7 p.m. So we'll see how that goes. So we will park her. Or what map is Cho on? I think is it Forest? Yeah, I think he spawns like here, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Forest. Oh, I'm just gonna park her there, so that way she doesn't have to run all the way there later when I come back to do this. Yep. All right, now we'll go wrap things up on the striker, so he can get the stuff done. Well, yeah. So those are kind of my plans, right? So I'm just saving up as much as I can now. I did a lot of save up in tier 2. I spent some of it getting the Deadeye to tier 3 this last week. I still don't know if that was the right move or not, personally, because I didn't push him to 1325 because I wanted to save those materials, because I want to get the glaivier to 1340 ASAP. But yeah, so I don't know if I kind of like shot myself in the foot a little bit there, because I brought him up to tier 3 to at least have someone else to like help grind like regular leap stones, because like currently the only person at the time my thought was like, right, it was like I'm just gonna keep farming like honor leap stones, or like great honor leap stones on the scrapper, and then I'll do the I'm just gonna do my low pangs real quick. Then I'll do leapstone farming on the destroyer, or the deadeye and the berserker. Then later on I was like, well, I could also just like stop for a couple days, because that's what I'm doing now. Like I've taken, like, today's the second day I've done it. I've only done it like, no, today's the third day I've done it. Basically, for up until Thursday, up until when glaivier comes out, I have my scrapper just doing a Grexion, right? So that way, that's an extra source. So I could have just done that, right? Because the point is that even though I do a Grexion and I get like regular leapstones from a Grexion, my dailies are still giving me my dailies and weeklies will still be giving me I'm telling you, see, I'm out of it. I didn't even go to Shushai to finish the stupid doing a daily task on my scrapper. But what I should have done in hindsight, first of all, I shouldn't have done purple adrenaline. I should have saved it to see how like stuff pans out, like item wise. And then what I should have done was I should have kept the deadeye in tier 2 just passively doing stuff, and then have him like fighting Calventus like I'm having the striker do, and then have that way I could be sure that the only stopgap I'll have will be the shards. Because right now, I think I'm going to get blocked by leapstones also. And I don't feel like buying leapstones, because leapstones aren't all that cheap. And on the in Mari shop, they aren't very good priced either. So, and I don't want to open my a lot of my Anguished Isle stuff. Like I'll use 50, right? So that way, you know, what she uses, she can then recoup for the destroyer when he comes out. Because to be honest, I don't think any of us expected them to tease Destroyer at the end of the trailer. Because like everybody's like, yeah, we know Destroyer's coming in May. Like it's not like it was a surprise, right? The only thing I could imagine is like, no, not even that. Like I just like, to me, it caught me off guard. Like for instance, the first time I watched the trailer, I was smiling like a kid, like a little kid in a candy shop when they showed Destroyer, right? It put a smile on my face. But I feel like they're teasing Destroyer, because I don't think we're gonna have to wait too long for it. By too long, I mean like I don't think it's gonna be like end of May. I think at most it'll probably be like I said it in last stream, I think it'll be either the 12th or the 19th of May that we'll get Destroyer. Again, I think whether we get it the 12th or the 19th hinges on how long it takes them to finalize the PTR numbers. Because I still don't think the PTR is the numbers are where they want them to be. So see, because like if we get it the 5th, I'd be over the moon if we get it the 5th, but I highly doubt we'll get it the 5th. So the PTR was started last week on the 15th. Well, 14th to 15th, because it was the 15th for Korea, but it was the 14th for us. So, because like for instance, Korean resets technically tomorrow on the 13th, because again they're 14 hours ahead of us. So this is going to be the first week that the PTR has been live. So I imagine either tomorrow or the day after there'll be probably some more adjustments given to the PTR, and then they still have a whole nother week after that. And then they have another week, and then I imagine what they want to do is they probably want to have it finalized by like the end of April, so that way they can implement it beginning of May for Korea. Because like you have to remember, they probably want to have it finalized like now, because they're supposed to be dropping a whole nother continent in April, and they don't know when, because this is the funny thing, you know, people in our region go on and on about like, oh, Amazon communication, blah blah blah. Like Korea, they know they're getting Geisha this month. They got the pre-quest for it. They don't know when they're getting it. They could literally be like the end of the month that they get Geisha. But the point is that might be for the best, because if you put out a new continent, and Geisha is supposed to come with a new abyssal dungeon, right? Like not a Legion raid, an abyssal dungeon. From what I've heard, if I understood correctly from the streams I've watched, nobody's gonna be on the PTR if you make any changes and when you release that, right? Like everybody's gonna go and be playing Geisha, and then you're gonna lose a lot of people who could be testing your stuff, except for maybe the most like hardcore of hardcore players. But even then, like you still want like everybody you can testing it, so because they're also going to be getting that the live numbers of people playing and stuff like that. So I don't know. But then again, you know, I also don't run like a dev company or anything, so it's kind of just is what it is. So we'll see how they handle it. I think maybe tomorrow or the day after we'll probably see some whatchamacallit, something on the BTR for Korea. That'll be interesting to see what changes they do. I know apparently like a lot of people freaked out for the War Dancer changes for like losing the crit rate, and then I think it ended up being like an overall buff for War Dancer, which was interesting. So oh, fuck. I think I got the very, like, tail end of that. No pun intended. Really, Conventus? You just like back it up to. Also, I just need to stop. Well, he ate most of that tornado. That's good enough. I think I need to change the tornado back to the blast formation, because the tornado is nice and all, but see, like blast formation, I can at least get a good chunk of it out before he like leaves. Oh, woo, shit. It's a crit at the end. That was juicy. And we get stagger. So he's got a Calventus has a pretty high stagger threshold. Go. Ah, you bitch. Ah, you still walked into it though. You will help. That would have been one of the cases. So there's a change coming on the Korean PTR to Striker where on the boss monsters at least, you should no longer like be able like you should no longer like get through you should no longer be able to like pierce through them. Like, English is hard today. Pierce through them like that, like how Ventus, because there, if I hadn't pierced through him, I would have been able to get that counter off then and there, instead of having to wait for, should have just held on that Tiger Rising. Bye. Ooh, fucking bitch. Still got the Tiger Rising. Okay. Yeah, swiftness was definitely the way to go for the Striker. I definitely enjoy the swiftness build a lot more than I did when I was trying to do like a lot of crit. I don't crit as much, especially outside of the Lightning Whisper window, but it's fun. It's fun. You just always have buttons you're pushing. You're just like blah 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 blah. You're just hitting all sorts of shit, and it's fun. Oh, we were 7 seconds away from my best time. Oh wow, I did like no damage. I thought I was doing pretty good that run. Wow. 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 I find that funny. That just means they're really good at Gunslinger, because like Gunslinger is one of those it's the only class in the game that they're kind of like, how to say it, they're, I guess you could call them like kind of like an execute class almost, in the sense that they deal a lot of damage. They don't deal a lot of damage like at higher levels. They deal a lot of damage at or they don't deal, not high levels. They don't deal a lot of damage at high HP on the monster. So they deal a lot of damage on low HP. Once the monster, I think it's like once the monster is below 50% HP or something like that, is when they get a really big like damage boost in their DPS from their passives, and it's like it's really fucking but you know, really good gunslingers, like they could pump a shit ton of damage. So I mean, to be fair, I also missed a good number of my abilities on that one. I probably could have pulled out Fighter if I hadn't missed those 2 Tiger Risings and the 2 Lightning Tigers, but it kind of just is what it is. I'm kind of gonna try, so I'm gonna go back to Blast Formation. The fact that I have high swiftness now, I think I kind of want to try for I kind of want to try Sweeping Kick again. I mean, I personally just don't like Sweeping Kick all that much, especially for Adrenaline. Like, it's, you know, 25 seconds, and I think I don't remember if any of this, I don't think any of this gives out no, because it's 25 seconds versus like 16 seconds, but and then I can apply bleed pretty readily with Violent Tiger, so it's just like, and then Violent Tiger, I also get the, you know, minus 6.5 seconds on skill use, so you know, technically this is like a 9-second cooldown, so I kind of just want to, I think I'll just stick with that for this. All right, what's the use for this? Fire and then kaboom. All right, fire and then kaboom with a gale wind. Take this. I think everything has a rune. Yes, everything does have a rune. Good. All right, do our last Calventus for the day. What do we get? Oh, I don't have any flares in this character, so y'all are just gonna have to learn to run. Oh, he has a flare. I still like. It still astounds me that, specifically on this map, that people throw flares so early. Because like that was a waste of a flare. If he spawns in the first 2 spots, you're kind of wasting a flare because you can see the 2 spots. I think if you're playing 21/9, you can see this spot too, but you can easily see the first 2 zones. So I think you should at least wait till the first zone to kind of like before you decide whether or not you want to like actually before you flare, right? Are you bitch? That's why I hate Calventus, because like sometimes he just moves like sometimes, like a lot of times he doesn't get up. Well, first of all, he gets up really fast from counters. Like I think he's like a guy. I think out of all of the monsters in the game, he gets up the fastest from his counter, and then he tends to like go straight into like some sort of movement thing sometimes. So he'll just like go, haha, fuck you, I'm gonna like there, right? He stood up and he instantly stood up and then jumped back, and like the you know, I missed my shit, and then the poor berserker missed their awakening. Luckily, at least for Mayhem Berserker, it's not that much of your damage. So, but still, you know, that 250 silver cost sucks. Yeah, I didn't get any of that. That is the one downside to like Striker, right? Is you well, with Calventus at least, you Lightning Whisper and then he goes up in the air and you're just like, oh, shit's on cooldown. I just used it again. Put it back on cooldown. So. Oh, he's going up. Oh, nice. He got it. You bitch! He did it again! What the fuck? He's such a bitch. He dodged out of my Lightning Whisper. I don't know why he's so fast. Like, come on now. You literally were given a concussion. You gotta be in the hospital. There we go. Granted, his stagger is probably one of the longest lasting staggers in the game. Personally, to be honest, I think. Like, look at that. I could do my all. I did my whole rotation. Like. I missed the tiger. Unfortunate. Oh shit. I missed the blast formation. Kind of just fucking it up here in the end. Yeah, it does feel a lot better. Especially tier 2 striker, I definitely suggest, if you're, especially if you're doing like Issa type flurry, like definitely go swiftness heavy. It just feels so much nicer. In my opinion, it feels nicer. You can't completely forgo crit, right? Because you need some crit. Could you, like, fuck off? Like, holy shit. God, that is. He had such a hard on for me in that quarter. Nice. It's so rare to find like a Mayhem Berserker who will like counter instead of like, because like the point is, especially for Mayhem Berserker, their Chainsword is like a really big DPS boost because it gives them attack speed and crit rate when they use it, but they tend to use it on cooldown. So I don't know if his just happened to like line up really nicely with every time he was going to get charged, so or what, so it's just nice to see. Oh, cool. Yeah, I think, yeah. I think especially going swiftness heavy, Blast Formation definitely feels a lot nicer to use. It comes out so fast, especially when you put a Galewind wound on it. It's like, blah, 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 brrr. Like it was pretty satisfying to use. Alright, I think we can fit in one Chaos Dungeon run, because I need to, also I do realize that when I'm playing Striker and I'm like fighting on him, I start talking faster and faster and faster. I do notice that. I started like, my words started going at like 1,000 miles an hour. And I was like, I gotta do whatever. So I do notice that. So, you know, don't need to point it out. But yeah, so we'll do one real quick and then we'll go and get ready for the stuff. We'll go and get ready for Harmony Island. Jesus Christ, just close the garage door already. Come on now. Like 3 years. Oh. Oh wait, no, I'm in the right build. Okay. I was like, oh, I'm in the wrong build. No, I'm in the right build. God, I hate these ghosts, dude. Especially like on this one. Because sometimes you get the ones where it spawns the ghost, but you get like a handful with every spawn. This one, like half the monsters are the fucking ghost. And the point is they have this like ticking, whatchamacallit, like this channeling beam they channel that deals just tick damage as they're doing it. So when you get like 6 of them, and you can't like dodge it because it just tracks you really hard, like it sucks. It's really fucking annoying. I mean, I just don't like the ghosts in general. Like those little ghosty boys, like they can fuck off, in my humble opinion. Whoosh. He dunkle, getting dunked on. Whoosh. Nice. I love it when they line up nicely like that. Yeah, the stone I have is actually pretty good for Chaos Dungeon. Like, it's not the best because I think if I had Contender instead of Raid Captain, it would be better. But Raid Captain's really nice on a preemptive stone, specifically in Chaos Dungeons, because you guaranteed to have like the movement speed increase from the orbs as long as you just stay around it. Oh, what the? Oh. I didn't realize his last of the end of that had like a knock-up attached to it. But yeah, so like Raid Captain with the you know these speed up wind orbs, like you get it's just a guaranteed damage boost in here. And then on top of that, like I swapped to a swiftness heavy build, so it's even better. Yeah. How much crit do I have? Ah, 14.8. That's not terrible. Because that'll be like, what, almost 40% with Lightning Whisper's debuff active. I still find it interesting that that they took it off. They took the crit debuff off of off of lightning whisper, off of well, wind's whisper, for um for War Dancer, but they didn't take it off for Striker. But I guess that's probably because like Striker doesn't have like Roar of Courage, right? Like we just have Whisper. That's all we have for like a buff debuff kind of thing. And it's just like, so I guess that's they probably wanted to do that because like, for instance, if you have like two equally geared, equally skilled War Dance, like a War Dancer and a Striker, right? Both of them are equally skilled and they're equally geared, and so you don't really have any sort of like gearing reason or skill reason to like not take one over the other. You're gonna take the War Dancer because the War Dancer brings a crit debuff and she brings a lot of her own personal damage, and it's just like they're also just kind of cracked right now at the moment. And apparently like the changes on the PTR didn't really nerf them. Kind of funny, but it's just like you don't have much reason to bring a Striker over a War Dancer for the most part, unless you just, you know, War Dancers aren't queuing. Or maybe you're doing 8-man and all you know, you get a, you know, then you have, instead of being able to get 2 War Dancers, you get a Striker and a War Dancer. You put one in, you know, you put them in their own little parties. But I guess that's what they're trying to do, right? Because you have the crit and you have the roar from War Dancer. So I'm thinking those are both buffs, right? Because the crit, even though it's, you know, nerf crit resistance, it's still really, that's just a fancy way of saying give you 10% more crit damage, like, or crit rate, like, so. And then they have roar. Oh wait, no, roar is the, wait, hold up. Are you telling me they had 2 fucking?
Another day of hard work.
Oh, I see what it is. Okay, no, so Roar of Courage was their crit rate one. See, because like I'm trying to remember, because like I don't play War Dancer. A friend of mine plays War Dancer, so I'm kind of going off of what he tells me and the PTR changes. So I thought, see, because this is where I get mixed up, right? Because so War Dancer and Striker are supposed to be mirrors of each other, you know, slightly different, but still all in all mirrors. But for instance, for War Dancer, their crit rate debuff skill is called Roar of Courage, and then their attack speed one is called Wind's Whisper, while for Striker, your crit one is Lightning Whisper, but then you can also tripod it to also give attack speed. All right, so no, my initial point still stands. I don't know why they got rid of the crit on War Dancers, but not the one on Strikers, because they both have the same shit. It's just that, if anything, I guess it's because they kind of double dip, right? So like, I'm trying to look at the max roll guide, and I see that on their Wind's Whisper, they take a tripod that gives themselves like plus 10% crit. So basically, you could just build you would have like almost 30% crit from just from Roar of Courage and Wind's Whisper. So I kind of see that why they got that array. Again, I don't see, they also have a ready attack, which gives them, I don't think they got rid of that either. Did they? Maybe they did. I don't know. It's been a while since I looked at the War Dancer stuff. I didn't look at the War Dancer too much, especially once I heard that the Korean number crunchers had found out that the the numbers, like it hadn't even been a nerf. Like it didn't affect them pretty much at all, the change. Because the point is they also didn't just take it away, right? They took away the crit, but then they gave them mana regeneration, which was War Dancer's like biggest issue, which is why they had to run the CDR mana on first attention builds. Now they have built-in mana regeneration on one of their abilities, which means they could probably go for the build, the back attack set for like just more damage, and so that'll be pretty interesting. That'll give a lot of options. What I'm curious about, right, is like, so we've basically been told by Rocks that any class that has not been released will be released in its most updated state. So basically, that is a fancy way of saying that when the PTR is finalized, any classes that are added to our version after the finalization of the PTR will be added in their post PTR state. So what I think might happen is I think when Destroyer drops, they might just do like all at once, right? They might drop Destroyer in his PTR, like, his post patch state, and then they might drop whatchamacallit, they might drop all the other released classes changes too, right? So I can see that for May, especially if like Destroyer comes early May, or like, it comes like a week after or the week of the PTR being finalized. I can very much see that Destroyer's drop might be like Destroyer and the class changes. Or it could be just Destroyer and then like the Challenge Guardians, because that's another thing. I think the Challenge Guardians are going to come earlier in early May, because those are supposed to be for the main use for those is to give more materials to help people get their characters geared across multiple, like, and not just for like tier 3, right? Because that gives, I'm mistaken, those rewards, like, it gives you rewards based on what gear level the character you do it on is. So obviously most of us will be using that on our characters that we want to get to 14, 15. I think personally what I'm going to do is when they add the Challenge Guardians, I think that first week that they're there, I think I'm going to use it on the Scrapper, depending on how I feel with how much materials I have, to push her to 14, 15. Because again, honestly, I don't think there's any way in hell I can get Destroyer to 14, 15 before Vaulton comes out. Not in the same month. Maybe if somehow Vaulton ends up getting delayed to June, which in my opinion is a very bad idea. Like, you should, like, Argos being our end game from March to June is a horrendous idea. Like, they need to just suck it up and say fuck it, and then just put Vaulton out in May, but understand that they're going to do this themselves, and then just juice just give us so much materials that it's going to be like, hey, as long as you were actively playing and focusing on one character, you should have at least one character at 14, 15. But yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. We have basically, today's mostly over for most people. Well, if you've been playing the game all day. I wouldn't say mostly over for most people. I still have stuff to do. I need to do some PvP tonight to like to get to get some more ranked. At least try to like I want to try to get at least as close to limit 1 as I can. I don't think I'll be able to get to limit 1 this week because I didn't farm a bunch of PvP on the weekend during fever time like I did the week prior, which is how I went from tier 1 to like tier 6, and by just literally just playing for like 1 day. So it's just like I think I'm gonna try to do some today and then see how I get and see how I feel. Like maybe if I'm feeling pretty good. And then we get and if I'm feeling like particularly fun, if I'm feeling good in the PvP, I think I'll probably start like I think what I did wrong that one weekend was I wanted to keep PvPing, right? Because like PvP, that's how you get experience. But I was also like really hell bent on just doing solo stuff. So so it's just like how do I say this? Like I wanted to do ranked, and I wanted to like, and I didn't want to run into pre-mates. I guess that's what I'm getting at. Like I wanted to get better facing like other solo queuing people, because it's completely different how you play when you do it. But at the same point, I was literally just like when I was going on a lose streak, what I should have just done is instead of like, you know, maybe like I could take a break, right? You know, just take a break, you know, go play something else, kind of give my mind a reset. Or I could have just gone to unranked, right? To kind of like, 'cause I'm not so big on on the thing. So I think what I'll do is I'll probably do later today. I'll probably do some PvP. I could like I could try other characters because that's another thing that people do, right? Like you get kind of like burnt out on one character, and then you get you know, you go play a different class, right? Like you get kind of like trumped out with one character, so then you go play like a different class instead, and then you kind of like just try to like work with that, right? I don't really have any interest in PvPing on any other class except like Scrapper, Glaivier, Destroyer, maybe Scouter. When that comes out, like, right, Summoner, stuff like that. Like, it's just the current classes we have. I don't personally care to play them in PvP. I like Scrapper. Scrapper, I mean, like, I like Scrapper, but at the same time, it's like I'm also like shooting myself in the foot while I'm playing Scrapper, because it's like Scrapper takes a lot of like knowledge on how to play in PvP properly, and like I lack that knowledge, so it's just like I'm kind of like I'm kind of just like shooting myself in the foot while I'm doing it. So I think with Glaivier there won't be a problem, because I'm really interested in seeing how Glaivier plays in PvP. I know it's going to be relatively complicated because it's, you know, you're still stancing, or you're still swapping stances. It's not as like big as like really concrete as like, for instance, Deadeye. Like Deadeye and Gunslinger, you have to swap stances and all that stuff. And I feel that, but you have 3 stances that you're managing, while Glaivier has 2 stances it's managing. In the why couldn't you shoot over there? I could have like bounced back and forth, but no, you had to start here. but basically, glaivier and PvE, you generally don't swap stances until you have a full bar to get the full like buffs when you're going back and forth. But in PvP, I'd have to go read more and like watch more videos on it. But from what I saw from a initial glance at PvP for glaivier, it was you basically just swap stances as you need it. So it's just like I think it'll probably be a breath of fresh air. It kind of has the same problem as from my initial looks at just the abilities and stuff. It kind of seems to have the same issue as Scrapper in the sense that it doesn't have a lot of moves with super armor attached to it. But the biggest difference between I would say between my initial look at Scrapper versus glaivier is the range, though. Like Scrapper has very, very close range required on its abilities. Like you basically have to be up in someone's face. Like you have to be within smooch distance to really do anything on a Scrapper, while glaivier has at least, like, I would say some medium range to it. So, you know, while you don't have a lot of super armor, you have at least range to keep people like away from you. So that way you can kind of like maneuver and do all this and stuff. They still run more or less the same playstyle, I feel, where it's just hit and run. You know, you can move in, you attack, you kind of like do your stuff, and you like dip out, and then you just keep diving in and out of the fights as they're as you're, you know, going through the match, which seems pretty interesting. So I'm pretty looking forward to it. I will be part of the armada of glaiviers that pop up in PvP because I have an interest in it. I kind of want to try it out. So, you know, I think it'll be a breath of fresh air for the stuff we have. I mean, it's considered in almost all the other regions as the best designed class, if I'm mistaken. That's kind of like its unanimous thing, is everybody thinks it's like the best designed, like an implemented class available to Lost Ark, which is, you know, that's really high praise. You know, you'd be hard pressed to find any other game where people would be like, yeah, this one class is like the best designed in the game, like so unilaterally. But glaivier, apparently that's what it is. A lot of it, like glaivier is a class where I've heard people, you may not be interested in the class, or like people in the other regions may be like, you know, it's you know, it's not for them. But I have not heard anybody be like, oh, it's a dog shit class, right? Or at least if they are, they're pretty quiet and they're in a corner, like you can't hear them. So I think that bodes well. So I think that I think everybody should at least attempt a glaivier in order to at least like just see what the hype's all about, especially. So, but yeah, so that's where we end the stream. We reacted to the trailer earlier. I'll kind of just go over my thoughts on the trailer that came out. Not a lot of like crazy new information, but we basically got some confirmation that the Arc Pass is coming on this update, this Thursday update. It's coming with a, you know, fancy top hat kind of skins for people that don't like, you know, edgy or like armored stuff. You have your skins, you have those skins. It's coming with a Veritas pet, and it's coming with a tiger mount that we've seen in Korea. Glaivier is coming. There's a 960 Phaeton Power Pass coming that, as long as you have had one character on your roster that has completed Phaeton's Power Pass or Phaeton's storyline, you should be either mailed or put in your product inventory the Power Pass to use, the 960 Power Pass. So it is not specifically attached to glaivier. You can use it on any other character if you're someone who doesn't care too much about glaivier. They also gave us an official, like, you know, they added a destroyer into the trailer, which was pretty cool for those of us waiting for destroyer. And then we're kind of just waiting to see today of how or not today, we're kind of just waiting to see if if there's any changes in the future for like the PTR on the Korean side of things. But yeah, so if you're watching this on the VOD in YouTube or not Facebook, sorry, I don't know why I said Facebook all of a sudden. for YouTube and Twitch, thanks for making it this far. I appreciate you watching. If you're watching on, well, if you're watching any of those VODs, I stream Monday through Friday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Central. So if you like what you see, feel free to join. I also apologize for the scuffed like viewing of the trailer. I don't know why it was like lagging when I was streaming it. So there's probably like a setting I have to do to like make that work. So I'll figure that out. But yeah, so thanks for watching, and I will catch you guys on the next one.